Close your eyes if you haven't already. Let the sounds of the room around you settle into the background, distant, harmless, unimportant. Feel the weight of your body, the slow gravity of rest pulling you gently downward. You don't have to hold anything together right now. You don't have to figure anything out. You can simply be here, breathing slowly, listening. Tonight, we are going to explore something strange and beautiful. A set of ideas so old they were nearly forgotten, and yet so accurate, so uncannily precise in their description of the human mind, that one of the greatest psychologists in history spent decades trying to understand them. We are going to explore the hidden shape of reality as seen through the eyes of the ancient Gnostics and through the extraordinary mind of Carl Gustav Jung. This is not a lecture. It is not a test. It is simply a story, a very old story told slowly, in the dark, for those who need their minds to settle and their hearts to rest. Let us begin at the beginning. Not in a library, not in a university, but somewhere older and stranger in the feeling you sometimes get late at night, that the world you inhabit is not quite the world that is, that there is something slightly off about the shape of things. That reality, as most people describe it, leaves something essential unnamed, that you are more than the role you play, that your life, as it is not the full story of who you are. This feeling has a history. It is not a sign of madness. It is not something to suppress with productivity or noise. The ancient Gnostics would have recognized it immediately. They would have called it the beginning of awakening. Carl Jung, living 17 centuries after the last Gnostic texts were burned, called it the first stirring of individuation, the soul beginning to remember itself. The word Gnostic comes from the Greek word gnosis, which simply means knowledge, but not ordinary knowledge, not the kind you accumulate through study or experience. Gnosis was a specific, intimate, lived knowledge of one's own deepest nature. The Gnostics were people who believed that ordinary waking life was, in some fundamental sense, a kind of sleep, a sleep of the soul, a forgetting of something essential. And they believed that within each human being there was a hidden light, a divine spark, that could, if cultivated, if followed, lead a person back to the fullness they had forgotten. This idea disturbed the established order of the ancient world enormously. The Church found it heretical. The Roman authorities found it subversive. And so the Gnostic texts were condemned, their communities dispersed, their libraries burned. For more than 1,000 years, we knew almost nothing of what they actually believed, beyond the distorted caricatures preserved in the writings of those who hated them. Then, in 1945, something extraordinary happened. A peasant digging for fertilizer near the Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi struck something hard in the soil. He unearthed a clay jar, and inside that jar were 13 leather-bound books, papyrus manuscripts, more than 1,000 years old, containing some of the most remarkable spiritual writings ever discovered. The Nag Hammadi Library. Gnostic Gospels, hidden texts, words that had not been read by human eyes for over 16 centuries. Jung, already in his 70s, was transfixed. He had spent his entire career moving toward precisely these ideas, not through archaeology, but through his clinical work with hundreds of patients, through dreams, through the images that arise unbidden in the psyche when a person begins to look honestly inward. He had discovered, in the language of psychology, what the Gnostics had encoded in the language of myth. Tonight, we will walk that path together, slowly, quietly, letting the ideas wash over you like water, like the feeling of warmth after a long day, like the slow release of a breath you didn't know you were holding. You don't need to analyze what you hear. You don't need to remember it. Your deeper mind will absorb what it needs and release the rest. Just let the words move through you. The hidden shape of reality is not out there, beyond you, locked in ancient libraries or distant philosophies. It is in here, in the quiet architecture of your own experience, in the dreams you almost remember, in the feelings that words don't quite reach. We are going to find it together, gently, without hurry, in the dark, where the truest things are always found. Breathe slowly now. Let your shoulders drop. The journey begins. Chapter 2: Why Jung took Gnostics seriously. There is something peculiar about the story of Carl Jung and the Gnostics, and it is this. Jung found them before the scholars did. Long before the Nag Hammadi manuscripts were unearthed in 1945, long before the academic world had access to the actual texts, Jung had already arrived at the same conclusions through a completely different route, through the clinic, through the couch, through the slow, careful work of listening to other people's dreams and inner lives, session after session, year after year, until the patterns became undeniable. By the time the Gnostic Gospels were discovered, Jung was not surprised. He was confirmed. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because it tells us something important about what the Gnostics were doing. They were not inventing mythology. They were not constructing elaborate religious fictions out of nothing. They were mapping something real, something that was there to be found in the depths of the human psyche, waiting, regardless of whether anyone was looking. Jung found it through psychology. The Gnostics had found it through spiritual practice and contemplation centuries before. And when the two sets of maps were finally laid side by side, they matched almost exactly. Jung was drawn to the Gnostics for another reason as well, one that was deeply personal. In his autobiography, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, he describes a period of his life, beginning around 1913, in which he felt the ground of conventional reality give way beneath him. He had broken with Sigmund Freud, his mentor and father figure, and the separation had been painful and disorienting. He felt himself falling, not physically, but psychically descending into something vast and strange and ungoverned. The professional world wanted certainty, rationality, measurable outcomes. But Jung was receiving images, visions, voices from somewhere beneath the threshold of ordinary thought. He could have suppressed these experiences. He could have classified them as symptoms, as any good clinician of his era might have done, and returned to the clean surface of respectable science. Instead, he did something almost unimaginably brave. He descended deliberately. He documented everything. He drew the images he received. He wrote down the dialogues he heard in the depths of his own mind. This became what we now call the Red Book, one of the strangest and most beautiful documents in the history of psychology. And during this descent, Jung discovered that what he was encountering had already been encountered before. The figures that arose from his unconscious, the strange personifications, the mythic dramas being enacted in his own psyche, they had parallels, old parallels, Gnostic parallels. The Gnostics were, in a sense, the first psychologists. They were the first to describe in systematic detail the inner landscape of the human soul, the forces that rule it from beneath, the false sense of self that mistakes itself for the whole person, the hidden light that persists beneath the noise. They encoded what they found in mythological language, because mythological language was the only tool available to them that could hold something so large, so dynamic, so resistant to ordinary rational categories. Jung recognized this immediately, because he had spent his career translating exactly this kind of material into psychological language. The Gnostic Demiurge, the blind creator god who mistakes himself for the supreme power, Jung recognized him as the ego. The Archons, those invisible forces that constrain and manipulate the soul, Jung recognized them as the complexes, the unconscious patterns that drive behavior without awareness. The divine spark, the pneuma, the hidden light in every human being, Jung recognized it as the self, his term for the true center of the psyche, vast and ancient and whole. So, when people ask why Jung took the Gnostics seriously, the simplest answer is this: because he had already discovered what they were describing. Not through faith, not through tradition, but through the evidence of his own clinical work, his own inner life, his own painstaking observation of the patterns that emerge when a human being stops running from their own depths. The Gnostics were serious because they were accurate. Not in the way that a scientific hypothesis is accurate, provable, replicable, objectively measurable, but accurate in the way that a great poem is accurate, or a dream that wakes you at 3 a.m. and somehow tells you exactly what you needed to know. Accurate to the felt texture of inner experience. Accurate to the strange recurring shapes of what it is to be human and confused and searching. Let that settle into you now, as you breathe, as the room grows quieter. Someone, long ago, looked into the same darkness you have looked into, and they found something there. We are going to find out what. Chapter 3. Ancient Myths of a Broken World. Every culture has a story about how the world went wrong. The Greeks had the fall of the Golden Age, the slow descent from a time of effortless harmony into the iron present of struggle and mortality. The Hebrews had Eden, the paradise forfeited, the angel with the flaming sword, the exile into a world of thorns and labor. The Hindus had the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and forgetting, the furthest point from the divine light. The Norse had Ragnarok approaching, the twilight of the gods, the world destined to break before it can be reborn. Something in the human imagination insists on this story. Not just the story that the world is difficult, anyone can see that, but the more specific and peculiar story that the world is wrong, that it has deviated from some original order, that there is a fracture at the heart of things, a wound in the architecture of reality itself, and that our daily suffering is not merely biological or social or accidental, but cosmological, built into the structure of the world we inhabit. The Gnostics told this story more precisely and more strangely than anyone. In the Gnostic cosmology, in its many variations across the different sects and schools, the Valentinians, the Sethians, the Marcionites, there is a common architecture. At the very top of reality, beyond all conception, beyond all naming, there is the divine fullness, the Pleroma. This is not a god in any ordinary sense. It is more like the ground of being itself, perfect, complete, unbounded, whole. The Pleroma is not a creator, because creation implies a lack, a desire to make something. The Pleroma simply is, in absolute fullness, in absolute light. From the Pleroma, through a process that is itself already a kind of error, a longing, a reaching beyond proper limits, there emerges a being called Sophia, whose name means wisdom. And Sophia, in her yearning, in her overreaching desire to know the unknowable, produces something unintended. A being who is not from the Pleroma, who lacks the fullness, but who does not know that he lacks it. A being who, looking around at the void, at the formless darkness, mistakes himself for God. This being is the Demiurge, the craftsman, the maker. And the Demiurge, believing himself to be supreme, believing himself to be the highest power, sets about constructing a world. He creates the material universe, matter, time, space, law, and it is not evil, precisely, but it is limited. It is the creation of a limited being who does not know his own limits. A world built by a craftsman who has forgotten that he himself was made. And into this flawed, bounded world, Sophia scatters something from the Pleroma, a fragment of light, a seed of knowing. The divine spark, the pneuma, hidden inside each human being, buried beneath flesh and forgetfulness, waiting to be found. This is the Gnostic story of the world. We live in a creation that is real but incomplete, made by a power that is genuine but blind. And within us, beneath everything, there is something that does not belong here, something that remembers somewhere in its depths the fullness it came from. What Jung saw when he read this was not ancient mythology. He saw a description of the psyche. The Pleroma, the unconscious in its deepest form, the collective unconscious, vast and containing everything human beings have ever been or felt or dreamed. The Demiurge, the ego, the surface personality which looks at the world and believes itself to be the whole person, the ruler, the one in charge. Sophia's error, the moment when consciousness reaches beyond itself, yearns for more than it can hold, and produces something it did not intend. The divine spark, the self, the true center of the psyche, which knows what the ego cannot know, which holds what the ego cannot hold. The correspondence was not metaphorical. For Jung, it was structural. The Gnostics had built in mythological language an accurate map of the psychic architecture that Jung was discovering through clinical observation. A broken world, a blind ruler, a hidden light, and the slow, difficult, beautiful process of waking up. Breathe. You are safe. The darkness outside is just the world doing what it does. Inside, there is something quieter. Let the story continue. Chapter 4. The Demiurge as Blind Ego. You have a self-image. Of course you do, everyone does. A sense of who you are, your name, your history, your preferences, your roles, your personality, the characteristic ways you move through the world. This self-image is useful. It gives you continuity. It lets you plan, commit, relate to others in consistent ways. Without some stable sense of self, daily life would be impossible. But here is what Carl Jung noticed, and what the Gnostics encoded in mythological form long before him. This self-image is not you. It is a construction, a useful, necessary construction, but a construction nonetheless. And the problem is not that you have a self-image, but that the self-image tends to forget it is a construction. It begins to believe it is the whole story. It begins to act like a ruler who has forgotten that he was appointed, not born. The Gnostic Demiurge is the perfect mythological image of this problem. He is not evil. The Gnostics were careful about this. The better Gnostic traditions, the more sophisticated ones, did not simply demonize the Demiurge. He is sincere. He works hard. He creates a real-world matter, physics, biological life, the whole intricate machinery of existence. But he is blind in one specific and catastrophic way. He does not know that he is not the supreme power. He looks around at the vast space he occupies and sees nothing above him, nothing beyond him, and concludes reasonably enough from his limited perspective that he is God, that he is the highest, that his laws are the laws of all reality. This is not a lie, he tells. It is a genuine mistake. The Demiurge is not a deceiver in his own heart. He is simply unable to see what he cannot see. The ego works exactly this way. The ego, in Jungian psychology, is the center of conscious awareness. The I that thinks, decides, plans, experiences, narrates. And there is nothing wrong with it, any more than there is anything wrong with the Demiurge. The ego is necessary. Consciousness is precious. The capacity to say, I am here, I exist, I choose, this is one of the most remarkable things in the universe. But the ego, left to itself, without regular contact with what lies beneath and around it, tends toward a specific kind of inflation. It begins to assume that what it sees is everything, that what it values is the only thing worth valuing, that the limited view available from its particular vantage point is the whole of reality. It confuses the map for the territory, the reflection for the thing itself, the role it plays for the person it is. And when this happens, when the ego forgets that it is a limited center within a much vaster psychic reality, the consequences are familiar. Relationships become difficult because the ego insists its reality is the only reality. Suffering becomes bewildering because the ego cannot account for forces it refuses to acknowledge. Depression and anxiety arrive from nowhere because the ego has suppressed everything it found threatening, and those things have not gone away. They have simply moved underground and begun to push upward from below. The Demiurge is a masterful image for this because he is both creator and prisoner. He has built a world and he is trapped in it. He is powerful within his own domain and utterly blind to what lies beyond it. He rules, but his rule is a kind of sleep. Jung encountered this dynamic in his patients again and again. The person who is perfectly certain about who they are and what they want and why others are wrong, and yet who is somehow becoming smaller with every passing year, their life contracting, their relationships failing, their dreams growing strange and urgent and impossible to dismiss. The ego in control on the surface, while the deeper self knocks ever more insistently at the door. The Gnostic solution and Jung's was not to destroy the Demiurge, not to overthrow the ego. That would only create chaos. The solution was for the Demiurge to receive the light, to become aware of what lay above and beyond him, to become humble, not broken, but humble to discover that the world did not begin and end with his knowing. In psychological terms, the ego must be brought into relationship with the self. Not dissolved into it, but related to it, oriented by it. This is the beginning of healing. This is the beginning of waking up. And for tonight, you don't need to do anything with this. Just let it rest in you. Your ego is not your enemy. It is a limited thing trying its best. And there is something larger in you that knows this and is patient. Chapter 5. A false world feels normal. The strangest thing about a false world is how thoroughly normal it feels. If you had grown up in a house where the windows were always slightly warped, you would not know that the view outside was distorted. You would simply think that was how the world looked. The trees would seem slightly wrong in shape, the horizon faintly curved, and you would not know to question it because you had no other window. The distortion would be invisible to you because it was all you had ever known. This is the Gnostic problem with ordinary experience, and it is a problem that Jung, through decades of clinical work, came to take very seriously. The world we live in is not simply the world as it is. It is the world as we have been taught to see it, filtered through the particular lens of our culture, our family, our history, our personal defenses and desires and fears. And because this filtered version is all we have ever had access to, it feels completely, naturally, undeniably like reality itself. The Gnostics had a name for the false world, the cosmos, in their particular usage. Not cosmos in the modern sense of the beautiful infinite universe, but cosmos as the limited, imperfect, law-bound creation of the Demiurge. The world that keeps us preoccupied with survival and status and sensation, that trains us to measure our worth by external standards, that insists loudly and constantly that what can be seen and touched and counted is all there is. This false world is seductive, not because it is evil, but because it is real. The Gnostics were never simple dualists who believed matter was simply bad and spirit was simply good. The material world has genuine beauty in it. Food is real. Touch is real. The experience of sunlight on water is real. But the Gnostics saw something more. That a life oriented entirely around these realities, without any awareness of the deeper layer, is a life of quiet, unexamined sleepwalking. You go through the motions. You achieve what you were told to achieve. You feel sometimes an inexplicable restlessness, the sense that something is missing, something is slightly off, something in the architecture of your days does not quite add up to what you were promised. And you suppress this feeling, or you medicate it, or you redirect it into ambition or consumption or busyness, because the false world is very good at providing distractions. Jung would have said you were encountering the pressure of the unconscious, the parts of yourself that do not fit into the official story, the emotions that were not permitted in your family of origin, the desires that your culture labeled dangerous, the dimensions of your nature that the persona, the mask you wear for the world, was constructed to hide. These things press upward. They appear in dreams. They emerge in inexplicable mood shifts, in the sudden tears that arrive without obvious cause, in the exhaustion that accumulates not from overwork, but from the sustained effort of maintaining a self that doesn't quite fit. The false world feels normal because it has trained us to normalize it. And the greatest disservice the false world does to us is not that it causes suffering. Suffering has always been part of life, but that it makes us feel that the suffering is simply the way things are. That the restlessness is just anxiety, treatable by medication or distraction. That the sense of something missing is just ingratitude, correctable by listing what we have. But the divine spark, the Gnostic pneuma, the Jungian self, does not accept these explanations. It keeps pressing, it keeps signaling, not loudly, usually, not dramatically. More often, like a persistent quiet, a quality of attention that rises in unexpected moments in the half-sleep before waking, in the strange feeling at a party where everyone is happy and you feel somehow untouched by the happiness, in the moment after an argument when you know in some wordless way that the argument was not really about what it appeared to be about. The false world feels normal, but something in you knows it is not the whole story. That knowing quiet, persistent, unfashionable is the beginning of Gnosis. The beginning of the kind of knowledge that doesn't come from books or teachers, but from honesty about what you actually experience, as opposed to what you are supposed to experience. You are already, in some sense, practicing this right now, in the quiet, in the dark, listening. Chapter 6, Consciousness as Exile. There is a quality to late-night awareness that has no exact equivalent at any other time of day. In the daytime, the world makes demands. There are tasks and people and noise and the forward momentum of ordinary life. But in the late night, in this quiet hour, something else becomes possible. A stillness, a descent into a more inward kind of knowing. Not thinking exactly, but being aware of thinking. Watching the mind from a slight distance. The Gnostics would have recognized this state immediately. They would have said you were, for a moment, touching the exile. Consciousness, for the Gnostics, was itself a form of exile. Not in a pessimistic sense, not as a reason for despair, but as a factual description of the human situation. To be conscious, truly conscious, reflectively aware of yourself as a self, capable of wondering about your own nature, is to be separate from the wholeness you came from. It is to be a drop of water that has been lifted from the ocean and finds itself suddenly in the air, aware of itself as a drop, aware of the ocean below and unable to simply return. This might sound sad, but the Gnostics were not advocating for unconsciousness. They were not saying, eliminate the separate self and dissolve back into the one. That would be too simple, and in some sense, too easy. The exile is necessary. The exile is the context within which gnosis becomes possible. You cannot know the ocean from within the ocean. You can only know the ocean from the position of the drop that has been lifted, separated, made aware. Carl Jung understood this in deeply personal terms. He was a man of extraordinary consciousness, extraordinarily aware of his own inner workings, extraordinarily alive to the complexity and contradiction of human experience. And he suffered in proportion to his awareness. The more clearly he saw, the more he felt the weight of what he saw. The human capacity for self-deception, for cruelty, for projection, for the most elaborate avoidances of the simplest truths, all of this was visible to him in ways that most people are mercifully spared. He wrote, late in his life, that consciousness was a burden as much as a gift, that the examined life was not simply more meaningful than the unexamined life, it was also more painful. Because consciousness means living with the full weight of what you are, without the comfortable numbness that comes from never looking directly at anything. But, and this is crucial, Jung also believed that this pain was purposeful, that the suffering of consciousness was not a punishment but an invitation, that the awareness of being exiled was itself the first step toward finding the way home. In his clinical work, Jung observed that people who were most defended against their own depths, most committed to the comfortable surfaces of their official self-image, were also the most brittle, the most easily shattered by ordinary life events. Because they had invested everything in a narrow story, and life, which is always larger than any story, would eventually find a way to break through. But those who had begun to descend into themselves, who had begun to make honest contact with the stranger within, with the dreams, the fears, the contradictions, the grief, those people had a different relationship with difficulty. Not that they suffered less, but they suffered more meaningfully. They could hold what happened to them within a larger context. They could feel the exile without being destroyed by it. The Gnostic pneuma, the divine spark, was understood to be homesick, longing for the Pleroma. This longing was not a pathology, but a compass. It told you which direction home was, even if the journey was long and obscure and full of disorientations. Tonight, in this quiet, your mind may be full. There may be things you are carrying, worries, regrets, the unresolved weight of the day. This is the exile, the condition of being conscious, the feeling of being a drop lifted from the ocean. You don't have to solve anything tonight. You don't have to find your way home tonight. You only need to rest and let the homesickness be what it is, not a problem, but a signal. A reminder that you are larger than the surface, and the surface is not the whole story. Breathe. You are in exile, yes, but exiles eventually return. Chapter 7. The Divine Spark Within. What if the most important thing about you is the thing you know least about? Not your history, not your achievements, not your personality, which shifts with circumstance and mood and age. Not your opinions, which change. Not even your body, which renews and alters itself continuously. What if the most essential thing, the thing that was there before you became the specific person you are, and will persist in some form after, you are no longer exactly this is something you can feel but cannot name. Something that shows up in the moments when you are most yourself and disappears precisely when you try to grasp it. The Gnostics called it the pneuma, the breath, the spirit, the inner light, the divine spark. Not divine in the sense of being separate from human experience above it, untouchable, but divine in the sense of being the deepest, the oldest, the most real. Divine in the sense that it connects you at some level below the personal to something vast and beyond yourself. Divine in the sense that when you are fully in contact with it, you know not intellectually, but in the body, in the chest, in the wordless place behind words, that you are more than you had thought. Jung's equivalent was the self, and it is important to understand what he meant by this, because in common usage, self simply means me, the individual person. But in Jung's psychology, the self is something far larger than the ego. The ego is the center of consciousness, the I that wakes up in the morning and makes decisions and interacts with the world. The self is the center of the whole psyche, conscious and unconscious together. The self includes the ego, contains it, and vastly exceeds it. Jung sometimes described the relationship between the ego and the self as similar to the relationship between the earth and the Sunday. The earth, the ego, seems central from its own perspective. Everything appears to orbit around it. But the sun, the self, is the actual gravitational center, the source of light and energy, the thing that the earth revolves around, even if the earth cannot see this from inside its own experience. The divine spark, in Gnostic language, is this: the presence of the self in a world dominated by the ego's narrow construction of reality. It is the part of you that cannot be entirely suppressed, no matter how thoroughly the ego insists on its version of things. It keeps appearing, in dreams, in sudden, inexplicable moments of clarity, in the feeling, arriving sometimes in the most ordinary moments, that life is much more than its surface, that you are much more than your surface. It appears in the moment you hear a piece of music and feel something far too large to describe move through you, in the encounter with a stranger in which something real is exchanged, something that cannot be reduced to transaction, in the experience of nature, a landscape, a sky that makes your self-importance momentarily absurd in the most generous way, in the grief that arrives and in its very fullness proves that you are capable of something beyond the ordinary. These are not decorative experiences. They are not distractions from the real work of life. For Jung, they were the communications of the self to the ego, the divine spark making itself known, insisting on being acknowledged, refusing to be entirely domesticated into the official story of who you are. The Gnostic understanding of the divine spark had a practical dimension that is often overlooked. The pneuma was not simply a beautiful idea about human dignity, it was a map for practice. If you knew that the divine spark was within you, then the work of your life was to uncover it, to remove the layers of false personality and cultural conditioning that had accumulated over it, to let it breathe and grow and become legible, not through asceticism or rejection of the world, but through honest self-knowledge. Through Gnosis, the specific, personal, non-transferable knowing of what you actually are. This is exactly what Jung was pointing toward when he developed the concept of individuation, the lifelong process of becoming more and more fully the specific, whole person you were always meant to be. Not the person others needed you to be. Not the person your own defenses constructed you to be. The person that was latent in you from the beginning, waiting to be actualized. The divine spark within you is not something you need to create. You only need to stop covering it over. And tonight, you don't need to do anything. The spark is there. It has always been there. Let it rest in you while you rest. Chapter 8. Shadow beneath creation. Every light casts a shadow. This is not a metaphor, it is physics. Where light falls, shadow follows. Inevitably, inescapably. You cannot have illumination without the corresponding darkness that forms at the edge of what is lit. Unquote. Shadow is not the enemy of light. It is light's companion, its consequence, its necessary counterpart. The Gnostics understood something about shadow that most religious traditions have tried very hard to avoid. That shadow is not simply the absence of the good, it is the trace of something that was left out of the story. And when things are left out of the story, they do not disappear. They go underground, they accumulate pressure, and eventually they return not as themselves, but as symptoms, as inexplicable breakdowns, as projections, as the darkness that keeps arriving through the back door, no matter how thoroughly you have bolted the front. In the Gnostic cosmology, the shadow beneath creation is partly Sophia's error, the longing that reached too far and produced the Demiurge. But it is also the trace of what the Demiurge left out of his world. The Demiurge, in creating the material cosmos, excluded the fullness of the Pleroma. He could not include it. His nature was too limited. So his creation was real, but incomplete. And the incompleteness does not simply sit passively in the background. It manifests in the Gnostic understanding as the particular quality of suffering unique to conscious beings, the feeling that something is missing, that the world is not quite right, that beneath the surface there is something the surface cannot account for. Jung's theory of the shadow is one of his most influential and most widely misunderstood contributions. The shadow, for Jung, is not simply your bad side. It is not the collection of your worst impulses, the darkness you ought to be ashamed of and suppress. It is, more precisely, everything that you have not yet integrated into your conscious self-image. Everything that was excluded from the official story of who you are. Some of what is in the shadow is genuinely dark impulses toward cruelty or manipulation or destruction that exist in every human being and are there for evolutionary reasons, and which, if not acknowledged, tend to erupt in ways that are far more damaging than they would be if they were honestly known. But much of what is in the shadow is simply neutral, or even positive qualities that were not permitted in your particular family or culture, that you learned to hide because they did not fit the role you were assigned. The boy who was told that sensitivity was weakness, his tenderness went into the shadow. The girl who was told that anger was unladylike, her assertiveness went into the shadow. The adult who performs contentment at work while feeling a profound, private despair. The despair is in the shadow, pressing, accumulating, waiting, and the shadow does not wait patiently. It makes itself known through projection, the psychological mechanism by which we see in other people what we cannot see in ourselves. The most loudly moralistic person in the room is usually carrying the heaviest shadow. The most contemptuous of weakness is usually the most afraid of their own. The most certain about the evil of others is usually the least honest about their own capacity for harm. This is not a moral judgment, it is a psychological observation. Projection is not a character flaw. It is an automatic defense mechanism, as involuntary as blinking. But it can be worked with once it is recognized. The shadow beneath creation, the Gnostic trace of what was left out, is not something to eliminate. It cannot be eliminated. The Demiurge cannot suddenly include the Pleroma. That is not within his power. But the shadow can be acknowledged. It can be brought into relationship with the light. In Jungian terms, the shadow must be integrated, not destroyed. You must learn to know what you carry beneath your official story, to acknowledge it honestly, to bring it into the light of consciousness where it can be understood rather than acted out blindly. This is some of the most difficult and most rewarding work a human being can do, and it does not require a therapist, though a good therapist helps. It requires only a certain quality of honesty, the willingness to ask, when something triggers a strong reaction, what this is showing you about yourself, what it might be touching in you that you have preferred not to touch. Shadow beneath creation, shadow beneath the persona. In the darkness that surrounds you tonight, your own shadow is resting, not threatening, just present. You don't need to confront it right now. Just know that it is there, and that it is yours, and that it contains more than you think. Some of it is painful. Some of it is gift. Chapter 9. Why the Soul Forgets. The strangest part of the Gnostic story is not the Demiurge, not the divine spark, not even the labyrinthine cosmology of Archons and Eons and the hierarchy of invisible powers. The strangest part is the forgetting. Why would the pneuma, the divine spark, the fragment of the Pleroma, forget what it is? If you carry within you a literal piece of divine fullness, a seed of the original light, why would you spend an entire lifetime unaware of it? Why would consciousness persist in mistaking the small self for the whole self, the constructed persona for the authentic person, the Demiurge's creation for all of reality? The Gnostics offered several answers to this question, and they are remarkably consistent with what modern psychology has discovered about the mechanisms of repression, dissociation, and the construction of identity. The first answer is material immersion. The divine spark does not fall into the world naked and unencumbered. It falls into a body, into a biological organism with needs and drives and reflexes that are enormously powerful and immediately urgent. Hunger, thirst, pain, the infant's absolute dependence on caregivers, these create an overwhelming pressure toward materiality, toward the surface, toward the immediate demands of physical existence. The pneuma does not forget all at once. It is simply submerged gradually by the sheer weight of embodied life. The second answer is social conditioning. Human beings do not develop in isolation. We develop within families, communities, cultures, each of which has specific requirements about who we must be, to belong, to survive, to be loved. A child who is rewarded for certain behaviors and punished for others, not necessarily through cruelty, simply through the ordinary mechanisms of approval and disapproval, very quickly learns to emphasize what is welcome and suppress what is not. The self that is presented to the world becomes, over time, increasingly incomplete, increasingly at variance with the full person that exists beneath it. The pneuma is covered over, not destroyed but hidden, beneath layers of adaptive performance. The third answer is what the Gnostics called the influence of the Archons, the psychic rulers, the invisible forces that govern the material world and keep consciousness circling within their domain. In modern terms, the ideological structures, the inherited assumptions, the automatic beliefs about what is real and what is possible that operate in us below the level of conscious choice. The stories we absorbed so early and so thoroughly that we do not experience them as stories, we experience them as facts. Jung described a version of this in his concept of the collective unconscious. not just the individual's personal history of repression, but the accumulated psychological inheritance of human culture, the archetypes, the instinctive patterns, the ancient templates for experience and behavior that operate in every human being, regardless of their personal history. These patterns are immensely powerful, and when they operate unconsciously, when they are not acknowledged, not integrated, not brought into relationship with awareness, they act like the Archons. Invisible, governing, constraining, keeping consciousness within boundaries that it cannot see, because the boundaries are built into the very structure of perception. The soul forgets, because forgetting is the price of being born into a body, into a culture, into a particular moment in history. The forgetting is not a punishment, it is simply what happens when an infinite thing is poured into a finite container. Some of the infinite must inevitably overflow the container, and recall what overflows the unconscious. But here is what the Gnostics knew and what Jung confirmed. The forgetting is not permanent. The pneuma does not stop being what it is simply because it has forgotten. The divine spark does not cease to be divine simply because it is buried under decades of adaptation and defense. It waits, it signals, it sends its messages in the language it has, available dreams, intuitions, synchronicities, the irrational feeling that something matters, the inexplicable draw toward certain people or places or ideas. The soul forgets, but it also sometimes remembers. You are here, listening in the quiet of this night. Perhaps something in you is remembering something. Not a specific thing, not a recoverable memory, but a quality, a texture of something older and larger than your current life story. Let it come, if it will. Don't chase it, don't name it too quickly, just leave the door open. Chapter 10, Gnosis and Self-Knowledge. There is a line carved above the entrance to the ancient temple at Delphi, 3 words in Greek. A command so simple that it is almost easy to dismiss. Know thyself. Not know history. Not know the nature of the gods. Not know the correct rituals or the proper sacrifices. Know yourself. The oracle, the most famous source of wisdom in the ancient world, identified self-knowledge as the foundation of all other knowing. This was, of course, the central concern of Socrates, who wandered Athens asking questions of anyone who would speak with him, not to provide answers, but to expose the gap between what people thought they knew about themselves and what they actually knew. Most people, Socrates discovered, believed they understood their own values, motivations, and reasoning. And most people, when pressed with sufficient care, revealed that they did not, that their certainties were unexamined, that their confidence in their own righteousness rested on nothing solid. Gnosis, the specific knowledge the Gnostics were pursuing, was a further step down this path. Not merely self-examination, though that was essential, but self-recognition, the moment in which the divine spark recognizes itself for what it is. When the drop of water lifted from the ocean, realizes it is still water, still ocean substance, still, at its most fundamental level, the same as what it came from. This recognition was understood to be transformative in a way that ordinary intellectual understanding is not. You could read every book ever written about the ocean and still not know the ocean. But if you were the ocean, if you were the drop that remembered what it was, then the knowing was not a proposition, but a state, an experience, a return. Jung's version of this was what he called the transcendent function, the moment in the therapeutic process when something shifts. When the ego, through sustained and honest engagement with the unconscious, through the patient processing of dreams and projections and the contents of the shadow, arrives at a new relationship with the self, not a final arrival. Jung was careful about this, insisting that individuation was a lifelong process, never completed, never turned into a fixed achievement, but a genuine shift in orientation, a turning toward the true center. He noticed that this shift, when it happened, could not be forced. It could not be manufactured through willpower or technique. It required preparation, the honest work of self-examination, the willingness to sit with ambiguity and uncertainty, and the discomfort of not knowing. But the actual moment of recognition was always given, not produced. It arrived like a dream, does not because you commanded it, but because something in the psyche was ready. The Gnostics understood this too. Gnosis was not something you could extract from someone through argument or compel through authority. It was something that had to be received, prepared for, invited. A teacher could point in the right direction, but the knowing itself was irreducibly personal, irreducibly yours. This is why Gnostic communities organized themselves around direct transmission, around shared practice, around the creation of conditions in which individual insight could emerge. Not around doctrine, not around obedience to external authority, but around the cultivation of genuine interiority. The Gnostic path was always ultimately inward. What does Gnosis feel like when it arrives? The texts are careful not to over-define this, because the moment you precisely define it, you create a target for the ego to simulate. But there are descriptions, moments of sudden clarity in which things that seemed fragmentary come together. Moments of recognition in which you see yourself, perhaps for the first time, without the usual softening lenses of self-justification and defense. Moments in which the suffering you have been carrying makes sense, not as random bad luck, but as part of a pattern that once seen becomes navigable. Gnosis, in the end, is not an escape from the world. It is a recognition that you have always been, at some level, more than the world. And from that recognition, from that ground, it becomes possible to live in the world more freely, more honestly, more fully. You are practicing a form of gnosis right now. The willingness to be still, the willingness to listen, the willingness to let the mind slow down enough that something beneath the ordinary chatter can be heard. Know thyself. 2 words. an entire life's work, and a beginning you can make in any quiet moment. Chapter 11. The Archons of the Mind. In the Gnostic cosmology, between the material world and the Pleroma, there are layers, not physically, but hierarchically, levels of reality, each governed by a being called an Archon. The word comes from the Greek, meaning ruler or first magistrate, and each Archon rules its domain absolutely, keeping the souls that pass through it bound to its particular logic, its particular set of concerns. The Archons were not uniformly evil in the Gnostic understanding. They were not demons in the simple sense of that word. They were rather structural features of a limited creation, inevitable aspects of a world made by a limited craftsman. Each Archon represented a principle that, in the proper context, was valid, but which, elevated to an absolute, became a trap. A principle that, followed blindly and exclusively, became a prison. There was the Archon of law and order, who governed through rigid rule-following, through the insistence that the categories of the past must determine the choices of the present. There was the Archon of pleasure, who governed through the endless cycling of desire and satisfaction and renewed desire, keeping consciousness perpetually distracted from anything deeper. There was the Archon of pride, who governed through the maintenance of image, through the relentless protection of reputation, through the inability to admit error or ignorance, because to do so would be to collapse entirely. Sound familiar? Jung did not use the word Archon, but he had a very precise psychological equivalent, the complex. A complex, in Jungian psychology, is a cluster of emotionally charged associations organized around a central theme. Everyone has complexes. It is part of being human. The mother complex, the father complex, the inferiority complex, the power complex, each represents a kind of internalized ruler, a pattern that governs behavior and response in its particular domain, often without the person's awareness. The defining feature of a complex is that when it is activated, when something in the environment touches its theme, it temporarily takes over. The person stops responding from their whole self and begins responding from within the logic of the complex. The man with a severe authority complex, confronted with a person who reminds him of his domineering father, does not experience this as a complex activating. He experiences it as responding appropriately to a genuinely threatening situation. The woman with a perfectionism complex, encountering anything less than perfect in herself or others, does not feel herself to be under the grip of a psychological pattern. She feels she is simply seeing things clearly. This is the Archon quality of complexes. They rule invisibly. They impose their logic from within so that the person governed by them cannot see from outside them. The complex is not experienced as a complex, it is experienced as reality. And this is precisely what made the Archons so troubling to the Gnostics. Not that they were obviously oppressive. Obviously oppressive rulers can be identified and resisted. The problem was that the Archons operated from within the structure of consciousness itself. They shaped the categories by which the imprisoned soul understood its situation, so that the imprisonment seemed natural, inevitable, even desirable. How does one escape an Archon? The Gnostic answer: through Gnosis. Through the recognition that the logic you have been operating inside is not the only possible logic. Through the awareness that what feels like reality is in fact a particular and limited construction of reality, one that serves the Archon's purpose but not your own deepest nature. In psychological terms, the complex begins to lose its power the moment it is recognized as a complex. Not immediately, the recognition is only the beginning of a long process of integration. But the recognition itself is the pivot point. Before recognition, the complex governs absolutely. After recognition, negotiation becomes possible. Consciousness can begin to hold the complex at arm's length, to acknowledge it, to understand what it is responding to choose with increasing freedom whether or not to act from within its logic. The Archons of the mind are real. They are the inherited patterns, the defensive structures, the emotional wounds that have crystallized into automatic responses. They are the ways you consistently treat yourself, the stories you tell yourself about who you are and what is possible for you, the assumptions so deep they don't feel like assumptions. But they are not you. They are patterns within you, and patterns, once seen, can be worked with. In the quiet of this night, let your mind be still enough to sense the patterns, not to overthrow them, just to notice, just to begin to tell the difference between the pattern and the person. Chapter 12. Anxiety in a Fractured Cosmos. Anxiety, in its most basic form, is the experience of a gap. A gap between where you are and where you feel you should be. Between who you are presenting yourself as and who you secretly suspect you might actually be. Between what the world is offering and what some wordless part of you feels it needs. Between the self you can see and the self you cannot quite access. The Gnostic cosmology, whatever else it is an extraordinarily precise description of a fractured cosmos, a world in which the pieces don't quite add up, in which there is a structural mismatch between what consciousness seeks and what the world provides. And in a fractured cosmos, anxiety is not a malfunction, it is a signal. It is the mind's faithful report of the fracture. The Gnostics were living in an anxious time. The first and second centuries of the Common Era, in which most of the Gnostic movements flourished, were periods of extraordinary disruption. The Roman Empire at its height, imposing a universal order that felt to many like a kind of spiritual suffocation. The old gods no longer quite convincing, the new god not yet fully formed. The sense, widespread and unnameable, that the world was adrift, that the official explanations were no longer adequate, that something fundamental was wrong with the shape of things. Sound familiar? We live in our own version of this moment. The old certainties have dissolved. The inherited frameworks, religious, political, social command, less and less genuine conviction, even among those who publicly defend them. The world moves faster than understanding can follow. And beneath the productivity and the connectivity and the carefully curated life, there is a widespread, barely acknowledged, persistent anxiety that is not about any specific thing, that is about the shape of things in general. Jung saw something important in anxiety of this kind. He distinguished between fear and anxiety. Fear is a response to a specific, identifiable threat, while anxiety is a more diffuse, existential unease that cannot be resolved by addressing any particular external situation. Anxiety, for Jung, was often a signal from the unconscious, a communication that something essential was being ignored, suppressed, or was simply missing from the person's life. He noticed that the most anxious patients were often those whose lives looked most successful by conventional standards, who had achieved what they were supposed to achieve, arrived where they were supposed to arrive, and found to their horror that arrival felt like nothing at all. That the silence on the other side of success was louder and more bewildering than anything they had anticipated. The Gnostic diagnosis of this condition was precise. You are a divine spark living in a fractured cosmos, and the anxiety you feel is the recognition of the fracture. It is the gap between what you are and where you are, between the fullness you came from the Pleroma and the limited world of the Demiurge's creation. This is not meant to be depressing, it is meant to be clarifying. If anxiety is a signal, then it can be listened to. It can be asked, what are you pointing toward? What is it that I am missing? What dimension of my full nature is not being honored in the life I am currently living? What am I reaching toward that I have not yet allowed myself to reach toward honestly? The Gnostic path did not lead away from anxiety by eliminating awareness of the fracture. It led through the fracture by understanding it clearly, by tracing it to its source, by developing the capacity to hold the gap consciously without being destroyed by it. Jung's version of this was what he called holding the tension of opposites, the capacity to remain in the space between contradictions without forcing a premature resolution. To know you are both this and that, both here and elsewhere, both the person you have been and the person you are becoming, and to sustain that knowledge without collapsing. Anxiety in a fractured cosmos is not a symptom to be eliminated. It is an invitation to be accepted, an invitation to descend more honestly into the full complexity of what you are. Tonight, if anxiety is present in you, the restlessness, the hum beneath the quiet, know that it is information. Know that it is not wrong in you. Know that it is pointing at something real. And for tonight at least, you can simply let it point, without having to follow it anywhere. Just let it be present. Let it rest. Chapter 13, Jung's Map of the Psyche. Every great thinker produces a map, not a map of the external world, those are made by geographers and navigators, but a map of the territory that is harder to navigate precisely because it cannot be observed from the outside, the internal world, the world within. The territory that every human being inhabits constantly and understands only partially. Freud made a map, the id, the ego, the superego, brilliant but partial. Freud's map showed the contours of conflict, the battle between instinct and civilization, desire and prohibition. It was a map drawn by someone who had looked very honestly at one dimension of human experience and traced it with extraordinary care. Jung's map was larger, not because he was a greater thinker, but because he went further in a particular direction, further into the unconscious, further into the symbolic, further into the depths where the personal meets the collective and the individual soul touches the ancient inheritance of the species. Let me describe the layers of Jung's map, starting from the surface and descending. At the top, visible and familiar, the conscious mind, the I that thinks and chooses and experiences. The ego at the center of consciousness, oriented toward the external world, maintaining the narrative of identity. This is what most people mean when they say, my mind, the surface, the familiar, the manageable. Just below the surface, the personal unconscious. This is Freud's territory, more or less the contents of the individual's own history that have been repressed, forgotten, or simply not yet processed. The memories that cause discomfort, and so are kept below the threshold of awareness. The emotions that were not permitted, and so were suppressed. The dimensions of one's own nature that did not fit the persona, and so went underground. The personal unconscious is not very deep. In geological terms, it is recent sediment. But it is enormously influential. Further down, past the personal history of the individual, the collective unconscious. This is where Jung departs entirely from Freud and goes somewhere genuinely new. The collective unconscious is not personal. It is not made of your specific experiences. It is the inherited psychological substrate of the entire human species, the accumulated experiential wisdom of hundreds of thousands of years of human life. It is structured by what Jung called archetypes, primordial patterns, universal templates for experience, the deep grammar of human psychological life. The archetypes are not images or ideas in themselves. They are more like tendencies, like the magnets that orient a compass. They shape the direction of psychic energy without having fixed content. The archetype of the mother does not look like any particular mother. It is the organizing pattern behind all mother experiences, across all cultures and all times. The hero archetype is not a specific hero. It is the structural pattern that underlies every hero story ever told in every culture, because it maps something essential in the developmental journey of the human psyche. The archetypes manifest as figures in dreams, as characters in mythology, as patterns in religious imagery, as the recurring shapes in fairy tales told on opposite sides of the world by people who never had contact with each other. They are the deep grammar of the imagination. And at the very center, the deepest layer, the self. Not the ego, not the I of ordinary experience. The self, in Jung's usage, is the totality, the archetype of wholeness, the organizing principle of the entire psyche. the thing that the Gnostics called the pneuma and the Pleroma in miniature. The self is what the ego is meant to serve, to orient toward, to be in relationship with. When the ego loses touch with the self, when the surface personality disconnects from the deep center, the result is exactly the kind of spiritual and psychological suffering the Gnostics described. A sense of fragmentation, meaninglessness, exile. This map is not literal. The unconscious does not have spatial levels. But it is functionally accurate to the phenomenology of inner experience, accurate to what people encounter when they engage honestly with their own depths. Dreams confirm it. Therapy confirms it. The remarkable cross-cultural consistency of mythological imagery confirms it. Jung's map is a navigation tool. It tells you where you are, how deep you have gone, and what kind of terrain to expect. Tonight, you are somewhere in this territory, not at the surface. The surface is busy and noisy, and you have left it behind, at least for now. You are descending slowly into the quieter layers, into the layer where the stories come from, into the layer that knows more than the ego can hold. Let the map comfort you. You are not lost. This territory has been explored before. You are not the first to descend. Chapter 14, The Persona, as masked reality. There is a face you present to the world. Not your actual face, not the face you see in the mirror in the unguarded early morning before you have arranged yourself for the day, but the face you construct, the particular version of yourself that you have learned through years of subtle social feedback to present in the contexts that require it, at work, in company, in the roles you have been given and the roles you have chosen. Jung called this the persona. The word is perfectly chosen. Persona is the Latin word for the masks worn by actors in ancient theatre. In the outdoor amphitheatres of Greece and Rome, the actors wore large masks, partly practical, to project their voices and expressions to the back of the enormous space, and partly symbolic. Each mask indicated a character type. The audience knew immediately from the mask what kind of person they were watching. The psychological persona functions the same way. It is the mask appropriate to your social context, the costume of your role. The professional persona, the parental persona, the social persona, the persona of the person who is fine, who is managing, who does not need help, who has things together. And there is nothing inherently wrong with the persona. Jung was careful about this. The persona is necessary. Social life requires it. You cannot share your unfiltered inner state with every person you encounter every day. The persona is a useful boundary, a practical social technology, a way of managing the complexity of human interaction. The problem arises when the persona is confused with the person, when the mask is forgotten and taken to be the face beneath. This happens most commonly through success. The person who builds a very effective persona, who becomes very good at being the character the world rewards, gradually loses touch with the distance between the persona and the self. The persona is reinforced constantly by external approval. It works. People respond to it positively. It earns money, status, belonging. And so it becomes harder and harder to remove, even in private. And the cost of this is paid in the currency of aliveness. The person behind a very fixed, very successful persona tends to feel beneath the surface an increasing numbness, a sense of going through the motions, a vague, persistent feeling of inauthenticity that has no obvious cause because the external life looks perfectly fine. The persona has become a prison that looks exactly like a house. The Gnostics would have recognized this as the work of the Demiurge, the way the material world trains consciousness to confuse its constructed surface with its essential nature. The way social reality becomes a kind of cosmological claim. This is all there is. This role, this face, this version of yourself that other people recognize, this is what you are. Jung saw persona inflation, the over-identification with one's social mask, as one of the primary causes of midlife crisis. The person who has spent the first half of their life building a very solid, very effective persona arrives at a point where the persona no longer fits, where the unlived life, the aspects of the self that were sacrificed to build the persona, begins to demand recognition. The sensation is often experienced as a kind of collapse. The ground goes out from under the identity that seemed so certain. But Jung saw this not as failure, but as invitation. The collapse of the overinflated persona is, paradoxically, the beginning of greater wholeness. When the mask finally cracks, what emerges from beneath it is not nothing, it is the person who was always there beneath the performance. Which is to say, you. Not the version of you that performs well, not the version that has learned to be socially effective, but the one who lies awake sometimes with a feeling that cannot be named. The one who is moved by things they would not admit to in daylight. The one who is, beneath all the competence and the management and the careful presentation, still in some essential way a mystery to themselves. That one. The one that the persona was built to protect and ended up obscuring. Tonight, the persona is not required. You don't have to be anyone for anyone right now. You can simply be here, beneath the mask, in the dark, breathing. The face beneath the face is still there. It always was. Chapter 15. The shadow as counterfeit twin. Every story has a counterpart. The hero has the villain, the saint has the sinner, light has dark. In mythology, the double is an ancient and persistent motif, the figure who is identical to the protagonist in some essential way, but opposite in others. The shadow that follows you, the reflection that moves a fraction of a second out of sync. Jung called this the shadow, and he was precise in distinguishing what the shadow is and what it is not. The shadow is not simply your evil side. It is not the repository of your worst impulses alone. It is everything that has been excluded from the conscious self-image. Everything pushed below the threshold of the personality you present to yourself and to the world. Some of that is genuinely dark. Some of it is simply inconvenient. And some of it, this is the part people are most surprised by, is actually quite valuable, even beautiful. Talents that were not encouraged. Qualities that were not acceptable in your particular environment. Capacities that were suppressed so completely you no longer know you possess them. The shadow is the counterfeit twin in this sense. It mirrors the official self, but inverted. Everything the ego claims to be, the shadow carries the opposite. The person who identifies strongly with kindness and helpfulness carries in their shadow a great deal of unexpressed anger and the need to sometimes be selfish. The person who identifies as rational and controlled carries in their shadow a churning sea of emotion and irrationality. The person who presents as humble and self-effacing carries in their shadow a powerful, hungry ambition that has never been given a legitimate outlet. This is why Jung observed with the dry precision of someone who has seen the same pattern enough times to be certain of it, that the most moralistic people in any group are usually the most dangerous. Not because they are consciously hypocritical, but because the stronger a person's identification with a particular virtue, the stronger the corresponding vice that has been suppressed into the shadow. And the more thoroughly something is suppressed, the less conscious control the person has over it when it finally erupts. The classic example historically is the loudly anti-vice crusader whose own vices are found to be enormous when the mask finally slips. But it operates on a much more ordinary level too. The person who is compulsively generous and cannot allow themselves to have needs of their own until one day they explode in resentment at someone who asked for a small favor. The generous behavior was genuine, but the need that was never allowed, that was suppressed into the shadow, accumulated pressure, and the explosion, when it came, shocked the person as much as anyone else, because it seemed to come from nowhere. This is the counterfeit quality of the shadow. It mimics the official self in reverse. And because it operates from below awareness, it seems to the person caught in its grip like an external force, like something done to them by circumstances or by other people, rather than something that erupted from within. Projection is the primary mechanism through which the shadow makes itself visible, though not to the person projecting. When you find yourself having an unusually strong reaction to someone else, an intensity of irritation, judgment, or even fascination that seems disproportionate to the actual situation, this is very often the shadow speaking. The quality you cannot tolerate in the other person is frequently a quality you have suppressed in yourself. The quality you find mesmerizing in them may be a quality you have denied yourself permission to express. This is not comfortable information, but it is liberating in the long run, because once you understand that the strong reactions you have to other people are partly mirrors of your own interior landscape, you stop being at the mercy of those reactions. You can turn them into information. You can ask what they are showing you, what they are inviting you to know about yourself. The shadow as counterfeit twin. Not your enemy, not your demon, your mirror, carrying what you could not carry in the light. What might be in your shadow tonight? Not a question that requires an answer right now. Just a question that can sit in the dark with you, quietly, like a good companion. Chapter 16. The Self Beyond the Ego. Imagine a city. A beautiful, complex, living city full of neighborhoods and histories and people and stories stretching in all directions, with layers going back centuries beneath the streets. And in this city, there is a mayor, a capable, active, well-intentioned mayor who works hard and makes decisions and believes sincerely that they understand the city. But the mayor only knows the city from City Hall. They know the streets they have driven, the neighborhoods they have visited, the people who have come to their meetings. The vast majority of the city, its hidden corners, its underground passages, its oldest inhabitants, its strangest stories the mayor has never encountered. Not because the mayor is bad, but because no one person can know an entire city. The mayor's knowledge is real and useful and genuinely matters, but it is partial. The self, in Jung's psychology, is not the mayor. The self is the city. The ego is the mayor, the center of conscious experience, the one who thinks and decides and narrates. The self is the totality, the whole psyche, conscious and unconscious, known and unknown, light and shadow, personal history and collective inheritance, the dimensions that speak in dreams and the dimensions that are silent because they are too deep even for dreams. The self is not accessible to direct introspection in the way the ego is. You cannot simply decide to know yourself the way you can decide to know your opinions or your memories. The self is approached obliquely through dreams, through art, through moments of involuntary illumination, through the patient work of attending to what arises from within without immediately judging or categorizing it. Jung developed the concept of the self in part because he kept encountering, in clinical work and in his own inner life, something that could not be reduced to the personal. Something that was larger than the individual's history, older than the individual's psychology, that arrived in the psyche with the authority of something deep and impersonal. The mandala, the circular symbol of wholeness, appeared in the dreams of patients who had never studied Eastern philosophy. The figure of the wise old man appeared spontaneously in the imagination of people who had never read Jung. The hero's journey unfolded in the inner lives of people who had never heard of Joseph Campbell. These things did not come from the personal unconscious. They came from somewhere older. From the layer Jung called the collective unconscious, organized by the archetypes centered on the self. The self, when it makes contact with the ego, when the two come into relationship, produces what Jung called the numinous, a quality of experience that feels simultaneously deeply personal and vastly transpersonal, the sense of something larger than yourself moving through you. The feeling, arriving in moments of dream or art or genuine encounter, that you are in the presence of something real in a way that ordinary experience is not quite real. The Gnostics describe this as the divine spark recognizing its origin, the pneuma encountering the Pleroma in miniature, the fragment of the divine encountering its source dimension, the moment of gnosis, of true self-knowledge, in which the drop recognizes itself as ocean substance. For Jung, the encounter with the self was not a final destination. It was a recurring orientation, a recalibration of the ego's relationship to its own center. The individuated person is not the person who has permanently transcended the ego and arrived at some enlightened state beyond conflict. The individuated person is the person who has a consistent, honest relationship between the ego and the self, who knows that the mayor is real and important, but not the whole city, and who acts accordingly. The self beyond the ego, the city that contains the mayor, the ocean that contains the drop. You don't have to do anything with this tonight. You don't have to locate yourself or measure the distance between your ego and your center. Just let the knowing rest in you that you are larger than you ordinarily believe yourself to be. That there is more in you than your thoughts about yourself can reach. That is enough. That, for tonight, is entirely enough. Chapter 17. Dreams as secret messages. Every night, without exception, your mind produces stories. Not stories you choose, not stories you commission, not stories that serve your preferred self-image or your conscious agenda, stories that arise from somewhere below intention, following their own logic, populated by figures you recognize and figures you have never seen, unfolding in landscapes that are familiar in ways that cannot be explained by ordinary memory. We call this dreaming. And for most of human history, before the modern world decided that dreams were merely the noise of a brain processing the day's input, dreams were treated with the utmost seriousness, as messages from the gods or the ancestors or the soul itself, as windows into dimensions of reality not accessible to waking consciousness. As the night's true news more reliable, more important, more honest than the daytime's careful constructions, Jung took dreams more seriously than perhaps any other thinker in modern history. He kept a record of his own dreams for decades. He analyzed the dreams of his patients systematically, session after session. He built, from this vast archive of dreaming, one of the most sophisticated and nuanced theories of the unconscious mind ever developed. And his central finding was this: dreams are not random. They are not noise. They are the unconscious communicating to the conscious mind in the language it finds most natural, the language of image, metaphor, narrative, and symbol. The unconscious does not speak in abstractions. It does not say, "You are over-identified with your professional persona and neglecting your emotional life." It says, "You are at work, and suddenly you realize you are in your childhood home, and there is a room you have never entered, and behind the door something is moving." The dream translates the unconscious's diagnosis into sensory experience, into story, into the felt truth of a scene that the waking mind can engage with. Not always decode. Decoding a dream is often not the point. The point is the engagement. The point is the encounter with the image, the willingness to sit with it, to let it work on you, rather than immediately reducing it to an interpretation. The Gnostics saw dreams as one of the primary channels through which the divine spark communicates with the conscious mind, the way the pneuma sends signals up through the layers of the psyche, through the Archons, through the accumulated conditioning to reach the waking self. The signal is encoded in imagery precisely because the Archons, the unconscious complexes, the automatic patterns, are less adept at controlling imagery than they are at controlling rational thought. You can suppress an idea. It is harder to suppress a dream. Jung believed that the dream series, the progression of dreams over time, was even more important than any single dream, because in the series you could see the direction the unconscious was moving. You could watch the psyche working through something, circling around a central issue, approaching it from different angles, gradually building toward a recognition or a resolution. He observed that the unconscious was remarkably consistent about what it was pointing toward, that over years of dreaming, a person's unconscious would return again and again to the same themes, the same figures, the same unresolved territories, with extraordinary patience, waiting for the conscious mind to be ready. The wise old man appeared in dreams when wisdom was needed. The shadow figure appeared when the person's one-sidedness had become dangerous. The anima appeared the inner feminine in a man's psychology, the inner masculine in a woman's, when the dreamer needed to develop qualities they had excluded from consciousness. And again, in times of genuine psychological transformation, something resembling the mandala, the circular symbol of wholeness, would appear, signaling that the process of individuation was underway. Your dreams tonight, if you dream, and you will dream, everyone does, whether or not they remember, will be the unconscious continuing its patient work. Its secret messages, sent from the depths, addressed to the surface. You don't need to force yourself to remember them. You don't need to do anything. Just know that the dreaming part of you is there, working, communicating in the ancient language of image and story. Trust what arises. Trust the part of you that knows things the waking mind has not yet been told. Chapter 18. Symbols older than thought. Before there were words, there were images. Before language organized the world into discrete, nameable categories, before the first abstraction, the first argument, the first story told in sequential propositions, there were shapes. Light and dark, round and sharp, the warmth of fire and the cold of water, the regularity of the moon's phases, the return of the sun, the mystery of death, and the more bewildering mystery of birth. These were not thoughts in any sophisticated sense. They were experiences, raw and overwhelming at the threshold of consciousness. Experiences that demanded to be held somehow, to be given a form that could be returned to, shared, transmitted. And so they became symbols, images charged with the full weight of the experience that produced them. Not representing the experience from the outside, but containing it, holding it, making it accessible again each time the symbol was encountered. This is why certain symbols appear across all human cultures, regardless of historical contact: the circle and the center, the cross that divides the world into quarters, the serpent that sheds its skin and so represents transformation, the tree whose roots go deep and whose branches reach high, mediating between the underworld and the heavens, the sun as the source of all life, the moon as the rhythmic feminine, governing the tides of the body. These symbols are not invented by any individual. They are discovered, found already waiting in the structure of the psyche, because they correspond to universal features of human experience. They are what Jung called archetypal symbols, the natural language of the collective unconscious, older than any written tradition, older than any particular culture, as old as the human capacity to be conscious of existence. The Gnostics were, among other things, extraordinarily sophisticated symbol users. Their cosmological myths were not meant to be taken as literal astronomical claims. They were symbolic maps of inner experience, the Pleroma as the felt quality of psychological wholeness, the Demiurge as the quality of blind ego certainty, the divine spark as the felt sense of one's deepest nature. The symbols encoded complex psychological realities in a form that could be transmitted, contemplated, and lived with in ways that abstract propositions could not achieve. Jung understood this immediately when he encountered the Gnostic texts. He read their symbols not as the superstitions of ancient people who lacked a proper scientific understanding, but as a sophisticated symbolic language that his patients were independently rediscovering in their dreams because the symbols were pointing to something real, something that the psyche kept encountering regardless of cultural context. The mandala appears in a Tibetan Thangka painting and in the spontaneous drawings of a Swiss housewife working through a breakdown. The same basic structure, circular, quartered, centered. Because the psyche that produces it is the same psyche, encountering the same need for an image of wholeness. The wise old man appears in the myths of every culture and in the dreams of every person who reaches a threshold where wisdom is urgently needed. Not because everyone read the same books, but because the archetype is there in the psyche, waiting to be activated when its moment comes. This is both humbling and comforting. Humbling, because it suggests that much of what we call personal insight is actually the rediscovery of something that has been known before, that the individual journey, however unique in its particulars, follows patterns that have been traveled many times. Comforting, because it means that you are not alone in whatever you are navigating. The psyche has templates for it. The collective unconscious has already encoded, somewhere in its vast archive, the wisdom that your situation requires. Symbols older than thought. The language your dreams speak. The images that arise in the half-sleep, just before true sleep comes. The shapes that move you without your knowing why certain landscapes, certain pieces of music, certain faces that seem to carry a resonance beyond the personal. Pay attention to what moves you, not with analysis, with attention, with the willingness to be moved. The symbols know more than the thoughts that come after them. Let them speak in their ancient language. You don't need to translate, you only need to listen. Chapter 19. Why reality feels incomplete. There is a particular kind of sadness that has no obvious cause. It is not the sadness of loss that grief has a clear object, an absence where something used to be. It is not the sadness of disappointment that has a narrative, a story of expectation and its failure. This is a more diffuse sadness, a background note, a low hum beneath the ordinary life that says, this is real, all of this is real, and still something is missing. You might feel it most acutely in moments of ordinary happiness, a gathering with people you love, a meal that tastes exactly right, a sunset that is genuinely beautiful. And in the midst of all this good, the sadness arrives anyway, as if the goodness itself were pointing to something larger that it cannot contain, as if joy, when it is real, is also a kind of ache. The Gnostics would have recognized this immediately. They would have said, that is the divine spark, remembering the Pleroma. That is the fragment of fullness in you recognizing what fullness was, and finding the world, however good it is, to be less than that fullness. This is not ingratitude. It is not a failure to appreciate what you have. It is the natural consequence of being a finite creature with an infinite dimension. The finite can be satisfied, the body can be fed, the mind can be occupied, the social self can be accepted and admired. But the infinite dimension, the pneuma, the self, the part of you that is continuous with the ground of being, cannot be satisfied by anything finite. It is not designed to be. It is the thing that keeps pressing beyond every satisfaction towards something it cannot name. C.S. Lewis, who was not a Gnostic but who intuited something very similar, called this Sehnsucht, the German word for a particular quality of longing, a desire for something that no earthly object or experience can fully satisfy. He argued that this longing was itself evidence of something that a desire with no possible object would be bizarre, and that the persistent, universal human sense that there is something more, something beyond the reach of anything the world can offer, is itself a kind of compass, pointing in a direction, pointing home. Jung named a version of this the transcendent function, the capacity of the psyche to reach beyond the tension of any given pair of opposites towards something that reconciles and includes them. The psyche, in its depths, is not satisfied with partial truths. It keeps reaching for the thing that would make the whole picture coherent, the thing that would make sense of the apparent contradictions, the thing that holds the opposites without collapsing them. This is why art matters, and why great art always has an element of the unbearable in it, of the too much, of the reaching beyond what words or notes or colors can actually contain. The greatest works are the ones that make you feel simultaneously that everything has been said and that nothing adequate could ever be said. That the expression points at something beyond expression, and you are momentarily in contact with the thing that is being pointed at. Reality feels incomplete because we are wired for a completeness that exceeds what reality, as ordinarily experienced, provides. This is not a malfunction. It is the divine spark doing what it does, reaching toward its origin, remembering its nature, insisting that the surface is not the whole story. And here is what Jung would add to the Gnostic formulation. The incompleteness of reality is not only something we suffer, it is also something that can motivate the most profound human creativity and development. The person who has fully accepted the completeness of the surface world, who is entirely satisfied, who has no longing for anything beyond what they can see and touch and count, is, paradoxically, the most limited person of all. Not because they are ignorant, but because the longing has stopped. The press of the infinite against the finite has been silenced. The longing is the engine. The incompleteness is the invitation. Tonight, let the longing rest without being chased. Let the ache of the almost enough be what it is, not a problem to be solved, but the sign of a dimension in you that is alive and real and reaching. You are large enough to hold this feeling. You always were. Chapter 20. The inner critic as ruler. There is a voice most people know well. It speaks in the second person. You. Not warmly, not encouragingly. You are not good enough. You made a mistake. Other people do this better. Who do you think you are to attempt this? You will fail. You already knew you would. This voice is intimate in a way that external criticism never is. External critics can be dismissed, argued with, ignored. But this voice knows all your private information. It knows the places where you are genuinely uncertain, the history of your actual failures, the true distances between where you are and where you wish you were. It knows which buttons to press. And it presses them reliably, often at the worst possible moments, just before a decision that matters, just after an achievement that deserved to be celebrated, just in the silence at 3 a.m. Jung had a name for the psychological function this voice represents: the negative animus in women's psychology, or the negative father complex, or in more general terms, what he simply called the inner critic. But the Gnostic tradition offers a mythological frame for this figure that is, in some ways, even more precise. The inner critic, in Gnostic terms, is an Archon. One of the most powerful Archons, perhaps the most personally painful. It is a ruler that has installed itself at the center of your self-evaluation and claims absolute authority over your worth. And like all Archons, it governs not through obvious tyranny, but through a more insidious mechanism. It makes its judgments feel like truth. When the inner critic tells you that you are fundamentally inadequate, it does not announce itself as the inner critic. It announces itself as reality, as clear-eyed assessment, as the honest evaluation that everyone else is too kind or too polite to offer. It presents itself as the voice of truth, and precisely because it has access to your genuine vulnerabilities, it can be very convincing. But here is what Jung discovered what working with hundreds of patients demonstrated with remarkable consistency. The inner critic is not truth. It is an internalized voice. Usually the voice of someone who did not give you what you needed, or who gave it only conditionally, or who gave you the message that your worth was contingent on performance. A parent, perhaps. A teacher. A culture that valued certain things and not others. A community that had very specific requirements for belonging. The voice was absorbed, often before the age of 5, before the capacity for critical evaluation was developed. It was absorbed as reality, because to the child, the people who spoke it were reality. Their judgments were the atmosphere. There was no outside from which to evaluate them. And the voice remained long after the people who created it were gone, became part of the architecture of the self-image, became, in Gnostic terms, one of the Archons governing the soul from within. Recognizing the inner critic as an internalized voice, not as truth, but as a historical artifact, a record of something that happened rather than an assessment of what is one of the most liberating recognitions in psychological work. Not because the recognition silences it immediately. It does not. The voice is old and practiced, and it knows exactly where to apply pressure. But the recognition changes the relationship. The voice becomes something you can observe rather than something you are entirely inside of. You can say, there it is again, the old pattern, the voice that tells me I am not enough. I know where you came from. I know you are not the last word. This is not the same as self-deception. This is not the same as refusing to acknowledge genuine failure or genuine room for growth. Honest self-assessment is valuable, but honest self-assessment has a very different quality from the inner critic's assault. Honest self-assessment is calibrated and specific. It says, this particular thing could have gone better for these particular reasons. The inner critic is totalizing. It says, you are fundamentally flawed. The Gnostic path required confronting the Archons, not destroying them, because they cannot be destroyed, but bringing them into consciousness, understanding their nature, refusing to let their logic be the only logic available. The psychological parallel is the same. The inner critic must be brought into awareness, its origins understood, its authority questioned. Tonight, when the critical voice arrives, if it arrives, you can practice noticing it without following it. Just, there it is, old voice, old pattern, not truth, just a voice. And then breathe. You are more than any voice's assessment of you. Always. Chapter 21, Sophia and the Wounded Soul. In the Gnostic myth, there is a figure of extraordinary poignancy, Sophia. Her name means wisdom. She is one of the highest divine beings, an eon dwelling in the Pleroma, the fullness, the divine totality. She is immensely powerful, immensely knowing, and yet, precisely because of the magnitude of her desire, her yearning to know the unknowable, to approach the deepest mystery of existence, to reach beyond what her nature can hold, she falls. Not through evil, not through malice, through the excess of love and longing. Sophia reaches toward the monad, the unknowable father, the ground of all being, and in reaching, she destabilizes. Her desire produces something she did not intend, a shadow, a lesser being, shaped from her overflow. This lesser being is the Demiurge. And Sophia herself, wounded by what she has produced, by the awareness of what her reaching has caused, falls out of the Pleroma and into the lower realm, into exile, into loss, into the material world created by her unintended offspring. In many Gnostic traditions, this is the wound at the heart of creation. Not the evil of some malicious force, but the grief of a being who loved too greatly, reached too far, and lost something irreplaceable. Jung found in Sophia one of the most important images for the wounded soul in general. The story of Sophia is, in a sense, the story of every person who has experienced the specific kind of injury that comes not from violence or neglect, but from the failure of their own best impulses. The person whose very love was too much for the container, whose longing was genuine and immense and ended in catastrophe, whose greatest quality became, in some circumstances, the thing that caused harm. This is an almost unbearably common human experience. The parent who loved so intensely that the love became controlling. The artist whose drive for perfection destroyed what was genuinely good. The person who trusted too completely, loved too openly, gave too generously, and found themselves betrayed by the very excess of their own gifts. Sophia falls. And in falling, she does not cease to be Sophia. She does not cease to be wisdom. She is still, even in exile, even in her grief, even in the diminishment of being in a world she did not choose, the carrier of something essential. And the Gnostic myth tracks her gradual recovery, the story of her being lifted back toward the Pleroma, assisted by divine envoys slowly reclaiming her nature. Jung saw in this the pattern of therapeutic recovery, the healing not of someone who was simply broken by external circumstances, but of someone whose own deepest nature had, in some way, contributed to their wound. The person who must reclaim their gifts not by suppressing them, but by learning to carry them with greater wisdom, greater awareness of their own power, greater understanding of the container required. The Sophia story is also a story about the soul's relationship to error. Sophia's error was not a moral failing, it was a structural reaching, a movement of desire that exceeded what her context could support. And the Gnostic tradition treats this with remarkable compassion. Sophia is not punished for her error. She is not condemned. She is grieved for, and eventually helped home. This compassion toward the soul's stumbling is something that much of formal religion has notably lacked. The emphasis on sin, on failure, on the human as fundamentally defective tends to produce a relationship to one's own mistakes that is more paralyzing than healing. The Sophianic model is different. The error is real, the wounding is real, the exile is real, but the essential nature of the fallen one remains intact, remains divine, remains worthy of return. Your own falls, whatever they have been, whatever you carry from the moments when your best impulses overreached, when your love was too much, when your reaching caused damage. These are not proof of your fundamental inadequacy. They are, in the Sophianic frame, the kind of wounding that wisdom sometimes requires. You are, even now, worthy of return, even now, even as you are. With everything you carry, let Sophia's grief rest in you tonight. Let her wisdom, the wisdom that is still there, even in exile, be a companion to your rest. Chapter 22. Error at the Heart of Creation. The hardest thing for most people to accept about the Gnostic worldview is not the cosmological complexity, the layers of eons and archons, and the hierarchy of divine powers. What is hardest is the most fundamental claim, that at the very heart of creation there is an error, not an evil, not a sin, an error. The world is not the way it should be, the Gnostics were saying, not because someone wicked intended it this way, but because the process through which it came into being was flawed from the start. A limited being, the Demiurge attempting to create a whole world from a partial knowing. A craftsman working without the complete design. A God who does not know that he is not the highest. This is a radically different diagnosis of the world's suffering than the one offered by most traditional religions. The standard moves are: suffering is punishment for sin, or suffering is a test of faith, or suffering is God's will, and therefore beyond human questioning. Each of these maintains the perfection of the divine at the cost of human understanding. Each asks you to accept that the pain you see and feel is ultimately good, even if you cannot see why. The Gnostic position is more honest about the nature of pain. The world is imperfect because it was made imperfectly. Suffering is real. Not all of it is meaningful in an obvious way. Not all of it is educational or redemptive. Some of it is simply the consequence of a cosmos that does not have access to the fullness from which it was imperfectly derived. Jung did not believe the world was cosmologically flawed in the way the Gnostics did. He was a psychologist, not a theologian, and he was careful about the limits of psychological formulation. But he did believe something structurally similar about the psyche, that human consciousness as it has developed involves a necessary incompleteness. The ego, the center of consciousness, develops through differentiation by becoming distinct, by excluding what it is not, by establishing clear boundaries. And this exclusion, this necessary shadow creation, is not avoidable. It is the price of consciousness. You cannot become a definite person, a person with a character, with values, with consistent patterns of response, without simultaneously pushing something into the shadow. The formation of the persona requires the formation of the anti-persona. The development of certain strengths requires, at least in the early stages of life, the repression of certain other capacities. The error is built into the structure of how consciousness develops. This is not despair. This is not a reason to abandon the project of becoming more conscious, more whole, more yourself. It is simply an honest acknowledgement that wholeness is not a starting condition, it is a direction, a project, something that can be approached asymptotically, forever, without ever being finally achieved. And this has a particular implication for how we hold our own errors. If error is built into the structure of consciousness, if the incompleteness of the individual is not a personal failing, but a structural feature of the way beings like us exist, then the guilt and shame that accumulates around our mistakes deserves to be re-examined. Not dissolved entirely, genuine moral responsibility matters, and the recognition of genuine harm we have caused is essential to integrity. But the particular flavor of guilt that says, I am wrong at the level of being, I am fundamentally defective, my error proves my unworthiness, this flavor of guilt may be more demiurgic than divine, more the inner Archons speaking than the truth. The error at the heart of creation does not make the creation worthless. The imperfectly made world is still the only world there is. The imperfectly developed person is still the person who must and can live and grow and love and seek meaning. There is a generosity available toward oneself, a generosity that acknowledges the error without being destroyed by it, that sees the incompleteness without accepting incompleteness as the final word. This generosity is not the same as letting yourself off the hook. It is what makes genuine change possible. Self-punishment contracts and immobilizes. Self-compassion, honest, clear-eyed, without illusion, opens and enables. Error at the heart of creation. Error at the heart of each human life. And still, underneath the error, the thing that makes the error worth noting at all, the capacity to know it, to feel it, to want something better. That capacity is the divine spark, still there, still reaching. Chapter 23, Trauma and Cosmic Separation. When a child experiences something the available resources cannot contain, something too frightening, too painful, too confusing for the emotional and psychological capacity at hand, a specific thing happens. The experience is split off, not integrated, not processed, not made into memory in the ordinary way, but segregated. Held apart from the normal flow of consciousness, encapsulated in a kind of psychic vault where it cannot contaminate the ordinary functioning needed to continue to survive. This is trauma, and it is, at one level, a remarkable adaptive mechanism. The child who dissociates from an unbearable experience can continue to function, can go to school, can interact with the family, can perform the ordinary operations of growing up. The unbearable thing is put somewhere else, somewhere that the ordinary self doesn't have to encounter directly, and ordinary life continues. But the vaulted thing does not stay quietly in its vault. It accumulates. It begins to express itself sideways in the body, in the nervous system's hair-trigger responses to anything that resembles the original unbearable thing, in the chronic sense of unease that has no obvious cause, in the relationships that keep reenacting the same painful pattern even when the players change. Trauma is, at its most fundamental level, a severing, a loss of wholeness, a split within the psyche between what can be known and what cannot yet be born. The Gnostic myth of cosmic separation, Sophia's fall, the exile of the divine spark, the soul's descent into a world foreign to its nature, is, among its many meanings, a mythological image for this fundamental human experience. The experience of being here when you feel you were made for elsewhere, of carrying something that doesn't fit the world you are in, of the persistent bodily sense that a part of you is missing, walled off, somewhere behind a door you cannot yet open. Jung was one of the first modern psychologists to take this kind of deep experiential wound seriously. Not as a symptom to be managed, not as a neurological malfunction to be corrected, but as an experience with meaning, with something to teach. He observed that the material behind the vault, the contents of trauma, however painful, contain not only the wound, but also some of the person's most essential nature. That the split-off parts were not simply bad memories, they were often the places where the person's most genuine self was preserved. This is counterintuitive, but consistent with clinical experience. The child who learns through traumatic experience that their needs are dangerous tends to protect the most vulnerable, most authentic dimensions of the self by encapsulating them. The vault is not only a prison, it is also a hiding place. The thing that cannot be hurt by the world is put somewhere the world cannot reach. Healing, in this framework, is not the elimination of the traumatized material, but the very gradual, very careful, very patient integration of what was split off, the reunion of the exile with the home from which it was separated. The discovery that what was walled off can in fact be survived, that the adult, unlike the child, has the resources to approach what once had to be avoided. This is the Gnostic return, enacted at the level of personal psychology, the pneuma finding its way back from exile. Not by denying the exile, but by living through it, by making meaning of it, by carrying it forward into integration. Tonight, if you carry anything that feels like exile, a part of yourself that has been walled off, a dimension of your experience that you have learned not to approach, you don't have to force the door. Integration is slow and must be consensual, as it were, between the parts of the self. But knowing the vault is there, acknowledging that something is behind the door, is already a step, already a kind of welcome. The exiled part of you has been waiting. It holds more than pain. It holds more of you than you currently have access to. There is no rush, there is no deadline, just the slow, patient invitation to wholeness. Chapter 24, Memory of a Lost Fullness. Before the word, there was the feeling. Before you could name what you were missing, there was the missing itself, a sense, sometimes faint and sometimes overwhelming, of an original something that your current life has not managed to recover. A fullness, a belonging, a completeness that you have perhaps never consciously experienced, but that you somehow know the shape of. That you can feel the absence of the way you feel, the absence of warmth when you step from a heated room into cold air. The Gnostics gave this feeling a name: anamnesis, memory, in Greek, specifically the memory of the Pleroma, the recollection of the fullness from which the divine spark descended. Not a specific autobiographical memory, not something you can recall in pictures or narrative, but a felt sense, a knowing in the body, beneath articulation, that where you are is not where you came from, that the world you inhabit is real but not native, that there is something else, something more, that your nature is oriented toward. Plato had a related idea, anamnesis as the soul's memory of the forms, the perfect ideal realities of which earthly things are imperfect copies. The beautiful thing you see is beautiful because it participates in beauty itself, which your soul, having encountered it before birth, recognizes upon meeting it in the world. Learning, for Plato, is recollection, the awakening of something already known. Jung found the equivalent in what he called numinous experience, those moments of overwhelming, involuntary significance, when something in the environment activates an archetype in the unconscious, and the person is suddenly in contact with something vast and ancient and deeply real. The numinous experience has this quality of recognition. It feels not like encountering something new, but like remembering something essential, like something that was always there, just below the surface, suddenly allowed to rise. This memory, not a specific recollection, but an orientation, a compass heading, is what drives the process Jung called individuation. It is why the quest for the self is not experienced as a journey towards something entirely foreign, but as a journey home. The individual who moves closer to their own center does not feel they are becoming someone else. They feel they are becoming, for the first time, fully themselves, as if what they are arriving at was always what they were. The Gnostic mythology frames this beautifully. The pneuma, fallen into the material world, does not simply wander at random. It is homesick. It is pulled by something like gravitational attraction toward its origin. Every genuine moment of beauty, every real experience of love, every authentic encounter with something larger than the personal, these are not distractions from the pneuma's journey. They are the journey. They are the Pleroma, touching the fallen spark through the medium of the world. The memory of lost fullness is accessible to everyone, not as a retrievable specific memory, but as this compass, this pull toward beauty, meaning, wholeness, depth. The pull that makes you seek out music that makes you ache, stories that carry something beyond their own plot, relationships that feel at their best like recognitions rather than introductions. These experiences are not indulgences. They are the divine spark following its own memory homeward, the soul doing what it was always going to do. Let the memory come tonight, if it will, not as nostalgia that is looking backward, but as a pull forward toward the fullness that is not behind you, but in the direction of what you are becoming. The lost fullness is not lost forever. It is waiting, as it always has been, at the depth of what you are. Chapter 25. The Pleroma and the Unconscious. Imagine that you are standing at the edge of a vast, dark ocean. The ocean has no visible far shore. In the darkness, you can see perhaps a few feet into the water, where the light from the surface still reaches, and in that illuminated zone you can see things. Shapes, movement, occasional flashes of something bright passing through. But beyond that zone, the ocean descends into a darkness your eyes cannot penetrate, a depth your imagination can only gesture toward. This is how Jung described the relationship between consciousness and the unconscious. The lit zone near the surface that is consciousness, the ego, the world of ordinary awareness, and the vast, dark, depthless ocean beneath that is the unconscious, not empty, not merely dark, full beyond imagining of everything the human species has ever been, felt, dreamed, desired, feared. The Gnostic Pleroma, the divine fullness, the totality from which all things descend, is the deep ocean in this metaphor. Or more precisely, it is the quality of the deep ocean, infinite, containing everything, perfectly complete in itself, not bounded by the categories of ordinary experience. The drop lifted from the ocean carries a tiny portion of the ocean's nature. But beneath it, the ocean is still there, the whole, the fullness, still present, still complete, regardless of how far the drop has traveled. Jung's collective unconscious is the most direct psychological equivalent of the Pleroma. Not because it is divine in a theological sense, but because it has that quality of vastness and completeness and pre-personal depth that the Pleroma was meant to indicate. The collective unconscious contains the entirety of the human psychological inheritance. Every archetype that has ever organized human experience. Every pattern that has ever structured human imagination. Every form that has ever been filled by human feeling. And the individual, the single consciousness, the ego at the center of one person's awareness, is the drop. Real, distinct, carrying something essential, but derivative, dependent at the deepest level on the ocean from which it comes and to which, in some sense, it always remains connected. This connection is not merely theoretical. The individual psyche has access to the collective unconscious not through willpower or deliberate effort, but through the natural channels of the psyche. Dreams, fantasies, creative imagination, numinous experience. Through these channels, the vastness of the collective unconscious can make itself known in the individual's experience. Archetypes can activate. Ancient patterns can speak to the present moment with the authority of something that has been found true again and again across thousands of years. This is why great art feels larger than its creator. Why a great novel seems to know more than any single person could have invented. Why certain pieces of music seem to be tapping something outside the biographical facts of their composer. Because The creator, in the moment of creation, has accessed the ocean, has let the depth speak through the particular. The Pleroma, however briefly, has touched the drop, and something of its fullness has been transmitted. For Jung, the practical implication of this was both humbling and empowering. Humbling because it meant that the individual ego was not the source of its own most important experiences. It was a recipient, a conduit, a finite form temporarily carrying something much larger than itself. Empowering because it meant that in moments of genuine need, the resources available to the individual were not limited to the individual's own biographical experience. The whole human inheritance was available. The Pleroma could touch the pneuma, even here, even now. In the very late night, in the quiet that accumulates after the world has gone to sleep, this connection is sometimes more perceptible. The surface noise has died down. The insistent demands of the ego's daily agenda have receded, and in that quiet, the ocean can be felt, not seen, not comprehended, but felt. The sense of something vast and present just below the ordinary level of awareness. The feeling that you are held by something larger than yourself. This feeling is not an illusion. The ocean is there. The Pleroma persists. The collective unconscious continues its vast work, whether or not the conscious mind is attending to it. You are not just yourself tonight. You are a drop that carries the ocean. Let that truth rest in you as you rest. Chapter 26. Projection makes false worlds. Every person lives, to some extent, in a world of their own making. Not in the sense that the external world is unreal, it is real, undeniably so, with a brute materiality that does not bend to preference. But the way a person experiences the external world, the meanings they assign to events, the qualities they perceive in other people, the emotional coloring that suffuses every encounter, this is substantially their own creation, their own particular construction built from the accumulated material of their history, their unconscious, their complexes, their hopes, and most particularly, their projections. Projection, in psychological terms, is the unconscious process by which contents of one's own psyche are perceived as belonging to the external world or to other people. What cannot be acknowledged inside is placed outside. The hostility you cannot admit to carrying is perceived as aggression in the people around you. The inadequacy you cannot face in yourself is seen as incompetence in your colleagues. The longing you cannot acknowledge is experienced as the irresistible quality of a particular person who, if you were honest with yourself, is not as exceptional as you are experiencing them to be. Projection is not a conscious choice. It is as involuntary as the reflex that moves your hand away from heat. The psyche, encountering something it cannot integrate, something too threatening, too inconsistent with the self-image, too painful, automatically externalizes it, puts it out there where it can be observed, criticized, managed, and most importantly, where it doesn't have to be claimed as one's own. The Gnostic cosmology is, among other things, an image of cosmic scale projection. The Demiurge, unable to recognize his own limitations, projects the problem onto the creation itself makes the world a reflection of his own restricted understanding and mistakes it for objective reality. The Archons, unable to transcend their own logic, impose that logic on everything that passes through their domain, shaping consciousness from within, so that their particular construction of reality feels like the only possible construction. This is projection at the level of the cosmos, a limited mind making a world in the image of its own limitations and presenting it as simply how things are. We do this individually, in miniature, constantly. The person who is convinced that other people cannot be trusted, who moves through the world expecting betrayal, finding it everywhere, has usually spent decades making projections that confirm this expectation, while remaining unaware that their own behavior, shaped by this very expectation, tends to elicit exactly the responses they fear. The world they inhabit is substantially their own construction, real in the sense that it is genuinely experienced, but also false in the sense that it is a projection of internal material onto external reality. Jung observed that the most powerful projections are always unconscious. The moment you become aware that you are projecting, the moment you can say clearly, "I am seeing in this person something that belongs to me," the projection begins to dissolve. Not immediately, not effortlessly, but directionally. Awareness is the solvent of projection. This is why the work of self-knowledge is not a private, inward-turning retreat from the world. It is the opposite. By knowing what is mine, I see you more clearly. By withdrawing my projections, by claiming my own shadow, my own unlived qualities, my own unacknowledged desires, I become more able to perceive other people as they actually are, rather than as the screens onto which I have been projecting my own interior landscape. The false world that projection makes is not entirely our fault. We did not choose to have unconscious material. We did not choose the defenses that formed in response to genuine pain. But we do have, as adults, the capacity to begin to question the world we have made, to look at our strong reactions, our certainties about other people, our persistent stories about how things are, and to ask, how much of this is the world and how much is me? The inquiry alone is transformative, not the immediate answer. These questions rarely have immediate answers. But the practice of questioning, the willingness to hold the possibility that the world I see is not the only world, that my experience is real but not exhaustive, that you, the other person, exist beyond my projection of you. In the dark, in the quiet, who is really there? What is really there? Let the questions breathe. Let the projections rest. Chapter 27. The ego confuses itself for God. There is a particular quality of certainty that is different from all other kinds. Ordinary certainty knows it could be wrong. It is open to evidence, responsive to argument, capable of revision. It holds what it believes with confidence, but with a background awareness that confidence is not infallibility. But there is another kind of certainty the kind the Gnostics were diagnosing in the Demiurge, that has lost this background awareness, that does not experience itself as a position or a perspective, that experiences itself as simply reality, that has become so identified with its own viewpoint that the possibility of an alternative viewpoint has become literally unthinkable. Not rejected, not argued against, but unthinkable. This is what happens when the ego confuses itself for God. The Demiurge is not insane. He is not stupid. He is simply in a particular epistemic situation. He can see everything within his domain perfectly clearly, and he cannot see that his domain is not all there is. He makes a very rational error, given his available information. He concludes that what he can see is what exists, that his creation is the totality, that his laws are the laws of reality itself. The ego, in moments of inflation, in moments of excessive confidence, in the sufficiency of its own perspective, commits the same error. It stops being a perspective and starts being reality. It stops being one person's experience and starts being simply how things are. And from this position, everything that challenges its certainty feels not like a valid alternative viewpoint, but like an attack, an error, a failure of the other person to see clearly. Jung called this state ego inflation, the swelling of the ego beyond its appropriate size, the identification of the ego with forces and values larger than the individual self. And he observed that it was equally possible to inflate upward into grandiosity or downward into victimhood, because in both directions the ego is claiming a significance that removes it from the ordinary proportionality of human existence. The grandiose person I alone see clearly, I alone can save this situation, my judgment is beyond question, is obviously inflated. But the person who constructs an identity around their suffering, I alone have suffered this greatly, my pain is uniquely unbearable, the world owes me something, for what I have endured is inflated in the downward direction. Both have placed the ego outside the ordinary human situation of being one of many, fallible, partial, capable of error. The Gnostic solution was not to eliminate the ego. You cannot eliminate the center of consciousness and remain functional. The solution was to humble the Demiurge by revealing to him what lay above and beyond him, by making it possible for him to receive the light of the Pleroma, not to destroy him, but to correct his situation, to give him what he lacked, which was not intelligence or power, but simply the awareness that he was not the highest. Psychologically, the ego must be brought into relationship with the self, must be regularly reminded through dreams, through the practice of genuine listening, through the encounter with beauty or with suffering that exceeds one's explanations, that it is not the whole story, that there is a center of the psyche that is deeper and larger than the ego, and that the ego's appropriate role is not sovereignty, but service. Not to rule the psyche, but to be a conscious agent through which the self can act in the world. This humbling is not humiliation. It is the most dignified thing that can happen to an ego, to discover that it is not alone, that it is part of something larger, that its significance is real but proportional. The ego that has been humbled by genuine encounter with the self is not smaller, it is more itself. Less defended, less brittle, capable of admitting error without collapsing, capable of encountering the reality of another person without the encounter being a threat. The ego that has been properly placed, that has found its relationship to the self, is the ego that can actually do the work it was designed to do. Navigate the world, make choices, take responsibility. Love. Tonight, let the ego rest from its labors. Let whatever is larger in you be in charge for a few hours. The work will be there tomorrow. For now, the self can hold the night. Chapter 28. Mental Health and Inner Division. If you could open a map of the human psyche and trace all its internal borders, the places where one part ends and another begins, where the acceptable territory gives way to the forbidden, where the known self meets the unknown, what you would find in most people, most of the time, is not a unified territory, but a divided one. Civil war running underground. Territories that do not communicate. Provinces governed by laws that contradict the laws of neighboring provinces, so that what one part requires, another part prohibits, and the person living in this divided landscape experiences the contradiction not as a structural feature of the psyche, but as confusion, paralysis, self-sabotage, the mysteriously persistent gap between what they intend and what they do. Mental health, in the deepest sense that Jung was working toward, is not the absence of inner conflict that is an impossible standard, a description of an entity that does not exist. Mental health is the degree to which the inner divisions have been mapped, acknowledged, and brought into relationship with one another. Not dissolved, the tensions often cannot be dissolved, but held, known, negotiated. The Gnostic tradition diagnosed the fundamental human condition as one of inner division, the divine spark separated from the Pleroma, finding itself in a world governed by forces that do not acknowledge its nature. The division is cosmological in the Gnostic frame between spirit and matter, between the fullness and the exile. But it mirrors exactly the psychological division that Jung spent his career documenting. The division between the conscious and the unconscious, the ego and the shadow, the persona and the authentic self. And the Gnostic observation that this inner division is not merely uncomfortable, but is the central problem. The thing around which everything else organizes is clinically confirmed by what Jung found. That the most common root of psychological suffering is not any particular symptom, but the dissociation underlying it. The splitting of the psyche into territories that cannot communicate. The exile of whole dimensions of the person from their own conscious life. Depression, in this framework, is often not sadness. It is the suppression of feeling in general, the shutdown of vitality that occurs when the psyche has accumulated too much unlived life in the unconscious and has begun to go numb as a defense against the pressure of what it is containing. Anxiety is often the ego's experience of pressure from the unconscious, the felt sense that something is pushing upward from below, something that cannot yet be acknowledged, creating a tension that the ego experiences as free-floating dread. Compulsion, the behavior one cannot stop, the thought one cannot silence. The relationship pattern one keeps repeating is often a complex, exerting its gravitational pull, an unconscious force acting through the person without their awareness or consent. None of this means that medication is wrong, or that environmental causes do not exist, or that social and systemic factors in mental health can be dismissed. They cannot. The psyche is also a body. The body is also in a social world. But Jung's contribution, the Gnostic insight, restated in clinical terms, is this: the inner division is primary. The reunification of what has been split is healing. And this reunification is a lifelong, patient, never completed process, not a problem to be solved once. A relationship to be maintained, the relationship between the known self and the unknown self, between the ego and the unconscious, between the person you have been and the person you are always in the process of becoming. You cannot heal what you do not know you carry. You cannot integrate what you refuse to acknowledge. The first move is always the same: the willingness to look honestly, to sit with what you find without immediately needing to resolve or explain or justify it. Just to look, just to stay. In the quiet of this night, you are doing this already simply by stopping, by letting the surface become less insistent, by being here with yourself in the dark. This is the beginning of the interior diplomacy that brings divided provinces into relationship. Small movement, enormous direction. Chapter 29. Individuation as Ancient Return. Toward the end of his life, Carl Jung wrote something that has always stayed with me. He wrote that the goal of psychological development is not happiness, not adjustment, not the smooth functioning of the social personality. The goal is wholeness. And wholeness, he observed, is a different thing from happiness. It includes everything you are, not just the parts that are comfortable to inhabit. He called the process individuation, from the Latin individuus, undivided. To become individual, in Jung's sense, is not to become more separate, more isolated, more self-contained. It is to become more whole, to gather into consciousness more of what you actually are, to bring more of the unconscious territory into relationship with the conscious center, to let the full complexity of the psyche find expression rather than having most of it pressed underground by the requirements of persona and adaptation. This process, in its deepest dimension, is what the Gnostics were describing as the return of the pneuma to the Pleroma, the divine spark finding its way back to the fullness from which it came. Not by escaping the world. The Gnostic path was not a simple flight from matter, but by recognizing, even within the world, even within the limitations of the material creation, what it actually is. The ancient Gnostic teachers insisted that the return was not an event that happened after death, not a post-mortem reunion with the divine. It happened here. It happened in life, through gnosis, through the specific, personal, lived recognition of one's own deepest nature. The soul that truly knows itself has already, in some essential sense, returned. It continues to live in the world, continues to inhabit the body, continues to navigate the creation of the Demiurge. But it does so from a different center, from the ground of its own recognized nature, rather than from the fog of its own forgetting. This is exactly what individuation looks like from the inside. Not a sudden enlightenment, not a permanent state of elevated awareness, but a gradual and recurring and cyclical deepening of one's relationship to one's own most essential nature. The repeated discovery, through dream and encounter and reflection, of who one actually is beneath the constructions. The gradual relinquishment of what was not genuinely one's own, the identities assumed for protection, the values adopted for belonging, the personality assembled for approval. The slow emergence of something more authentic, more consistent, more fully inhabited. The Gnostic return is not about becoming more spiritual in some vague sense. It is about becoming more real, more genuinely present to one's own experience, more capable of recognizing the difference between what is authentic and what is performance, more able to act from one's own actual values rather than the values one has been convinced one should have. Jung was clear that individuation is not solipsistic. The more individuated a person becomes, the more genuinely themselves, the more available they are to genuine relationship with others. Because only a person who has some honest relationship with their own depths can truly encounter the depths of another. The persona can relate only to other personas. The authentic self can actually meet the authentic self of the other. Individuation as ancient return. The psychological journey and the Gnostic journey are the same journey, described in different vocabularies. Both describe the same direction inward and downward into greater depth, and simultaneously outward and upward into greater genuine relatedness. You are on this journey already. The fact that you are awake to the question, that you are here in the dark, listening to these words, willing to be present to something other than the ordinary noise of the day, this is the journey, not the conclusion of it, not the final arrival, but the journey underway. The ancient return begins wherever you are. It begins whenever you stop and look honestly at what is actually here. It has already begun in you. Chapter 30. The Strange Wisdom of Heresy. The word heresy comes from the Greek hairesis, choice or opinion. The heretic is originally simply someone who chooses, who exercises judgment, who says in the face of authorized truth, I have looked at this and I see it differently. The Gnostics were heretics in this sense, and in many historical periods, in the most literal and lethal sense of the word. Their ideas were not merely incorrect by the standards of orthodox religion, they were dangerous. They threatened the authority of established institutions not by being obviously wrong, but by being plausibly right, by touching something in human experience that the official categories could not quite contain. What made the Gnostics genuinely heretical? What made their ideas so threatening that libraries were burned and communities dispersed was not their cosmological complexity, but their insistence on direct experience, on the primacy of personal gnosis over institutional authority. The Gnostic did not receive truth from a hierarchy. They discovered it within themselves. The Gnostic teacher did not demand obedience. They invited exploration. The Gnostic community was not organized around the enforcement of doctrine, but around the cultivation of insight. This is a genuinely radical position, and it was as threatening in the ancient world as it remains in some contexts today. Because if truth is found within, if the divine is accessible to direct personal experience, then the institution that positions itself as the necessary mediator between the individual and the divine loses its exclusive authority. And institutions are reluctant to lose exclusive authority. Jung occupied a similarly heretical position within the world of academic psychology. His insistence that the unconscious contained something more than repressed sexuality, that it contained the whole inherited archive of human spiritual experience, that the archetypes were real and active and worthy of serious attention, was not welcome in the strictly materialist academy of his era. His claim that what his patients encountered in their depths had something to do with what mystics and alchemists and Gnostic teachers had encountered in theirs, that there was a continuity between the religious imagination and the clinical, was considered embarrassing at best. But heresy, when it endures, tends to endure because it is pointing at something that the official categories cannot account for. And the Gnostic heresy has endured not as a living religious movement, but as an insight, a diagnosis of the human situation that keeps being rediscovered precisely because the situation it diagnoses is real. The strange wisdom of heresy is this: it tends to be found at the edge of authorized knowing, where the official map runs out and the territory continues, where the institution's vocabulary becomes inadequate to the experience people are actually having. The heretic is often the person who has gone further into the actual territory than the map allows, and who is reporting back from terrain that the map makers have declared does not exist. You have probably had moments of your own heresy, moments when your experience contradicted the official story, when your inner knowing ran against the grain of what you were supposed to believe. Moments when the authorized narrative about how things work, about who you should be, about what is possible, felt hollow, false, insufficient. These moments are not necessarily delusions. They may be reports from the territory beyond the map. They may be the divine spark doing what it does, pressing against the limits of the authorized world, insisting on what it knows to be true about the nature of reality and the nature of yourself. Trust the strange wisdom in you, the part that knows what it knows without being able to fully explain it, the part that keeps pressing toward the unapproved territories. The heretics, in the end, were right about something important. The search is personal. The knowing is yours. The divine is not only somewhere you are told to look for it. It is here, in you, in this quiet, in the dark. Chapter 31. What the Gnostics saw first. There is a particular satisfaction in recognizing that someone very long ago saw with unusual clarity something that took the rest of humanity many centuries to rediscover. What did the Gnostics see first? They saw that the ordinary human condition is one of unconsciousness, not unconsciousness in the medical sense, but in the deeper sense of unawareness, of living in a construction and taking it for reality, of being governed by forces that operate from within but are experienced as external. They saw with remarkable precision that the problem was not primarily moral, not a matter of individual wickedness or failure of will, but structural. Built into the architecture of how consciousness develops in a world that cannot provide what the deepest dimensions of the soul require. They saw that the self-image, the official sense of who one is constructed, partial, and tends to overestimate its own authority. They saw that beneath this construction there is something that knows more, is older, is more genuinely real. And they saw that the gap between the constructed self and the deeper self is the source of a specific, pervasive, difficult-to-name suffering. Modern psychology arrived at these same observations through the completely different route of clinical observation, decades of careful empirical work, the slow accumulation of pattern from thousands of individual cases. And when the two maps were finally laid side by side, when scholars began to take seriously the psychological dimension of Gnostic mythology, the correspondence was startling. The Gnostics also saw something about salvation, their version of healing that was similarly ahead of its time. Most ancient religious systems offered salvation through external action, the correct ritual, the proper sacrifice, the adherence to right doctrine, the intercession of a powerful being. Salvation came from outside the individual, was administered by authorized agents, and required compliance with established procedures. The Gnostics said, no, salvation is Gnosis. It is self-knowledge. It is the direct, personal, non-transferable recognition of your own deepest nature. No one can give it to you. No institution can confer it. No authority can verify it. It is between you and the depths of what you are. This is so ordinary a statement today that it is hard to hear how revolutionary it was in the context of the ancient Mediterranean world. The idea that the primary religious act is not sacrifice or ritual or obedience, but honest interiority, the idea that the divine is encountered not at the altar but in the depths of one's own experience, was genuinely radical. The kind of radical that made powerful institutions want to burn your books. And it was right. Not in the sense that external form has no value. Rituals and communities and shared practices all have value. But in the sense that the primary religious act, the thing without which all external form is hollow, is indeed the interior one, the honest, courageous looking inward. The willingness to know what you actually are, rather than what you have been told you are or what you would prefer to be. The Gnostics saw first what Freud and Jung and the entire depth psychology tradition would rediscover, that the interior is real, that it matters, that the contents of the unconscious do not simply go away when ignored, and that the examined life, the life of genuine interiority, is not merely a luxury, but a necessity for anyone who wants to live authentically. They saw first that meaning is not found in the consensus of the crowd or in the approval of authority, but in the confrontation with one's own depths. That the spiritual path and the psychological path are, at their deepest levels, the same path. And they saw first that you are more than what you have been told, that the fullness you feel you have lost is not truly lost, that the spark in you is still burning. 2,000 years ago, someone saw this and wrote it down. Someone took the risk of saying, the official story is not the whole story. There is something more. There is something in you that knows what the official story cannot contain. And tonight, in the dark, that same something is still here in you, still knowing, still reaching. Chapter 32. Why most people stay asleep. If the divine spark is real, if the unconscious is genuinely vast and full of wisdom, if the process of individuation leads toward a richer, more authentic, more deeply alive life, why do most people, most of the time, not pursue it? This is a genuine question, not a rhetorical one. The Gnostics asked it. Jung asked it. It deserves an honest answer. The first and most powerful reason is that waking up hurts. Psychic sleep, the condition of living at the surface, of identifying with the persona, of keeping the unconscious well contained below the threshold of ordinary awareness, is comfortable. Not necessarily happy, not necessarily fulfilling, but comfortable in the specific sense that it is familiar. The familiar is what the nervous system has calibrated to. The familiar is what the body has learned to manage. The familiar is the devil you know. Beginning to wake up means encountering what was in the unconscious. And what is in the unconscious, the shadow, the repressed emotions, the unlived life, the grief and anger and fear that have been kept below the surface, is genuinely difficult material. It is painful. It is disorienting. It disrupts the comfortable story. It requires the surrender of certainties that have been load-bearing, that have been holding the structure of the self-image together. This is not a small thing to ask. Jung was honest about this. He said that individuation requires something like moral courage. Not the courage to do brave external things, but the courage to be present to one's own interior truth, which is, for most people, the more frightening form of courage. The second reason most people stay asleep is that the sleeping world reinforces sleep. The Gnostic Archons are not only internal, they are also institutional. The social world is structured, in many ways, to keep consciousness at the surface. Constant stimulation, constant productivity requirements, constant social performance, constant comparison with others, carefully curated presentations. The modern world is extraordinarily good at generating noise, the particular quality of noise that drowns out the interior. That makes it almost impossible to hear the quiet signal from the depths. To begin to wake up often requires active resistance to the social invitation to stay distracted. to do the unfashionable thing of sitting quietly with one's own experience, to resist the compulsion to fill every silence with content, to tolerate the discomfort of boredom long enough to discover what is underneath the boredom. The third reason is perhaps the most poignant. Most people do not know that waking up is possible. They know on some level that something is missing. They feel the quiet ache of the incomplete, the background note of the exile. But they have been given no framework for understanding this feeling as meaningful rather than pathological. They have been given no map of the interior territory, no guide for the descent, no language for what they might find if they were to go looking. This is part of why depth psychology matters, why Gnostic ideas translated into psychological language matter. Not as doctrine, not as a set of beliefs to be adopted, but as a map, a reassurance that the territory is real, that others have entered it and returned, that what is found in the depths is not madness, but self-knowledge. Most people stay asleep because waking up is hard, the world makes it harder, and nobody told them it was worth doing. You tonight are doing something different. You are not asleep. You are not fully awake. None of us ever are. But you are in the in-between space, the liminal place where the surface has grown quiet enough for the depths to begin to speak. This is a gift you are giving yourself, not a dramatic one, not an obvious one, but real. The quiet listening is itself a form of waking. Chapter 33. The Body as Symbolic Prison. There is a version of the Gnostic teaching that is easy to misread as a hatred of the body, as a kind of spiritual puritanism that regards flesh as simply evil, and salvation as the soul's escape from its material cage. This misreading is understandable because some Gnostic sects did lean in this direction, adopting extreme ascetic practices and regarding the physical world with undisguised contempt. But the more sophisticated Gnostic traditions, and the ones that Jung found most psychologically resonant, were more nuanced. The body, in these traditions, was not simply prison, it was symbolic prison. And the difference matters enormously. A symbolic prison is one that teaches something through its constraint, that reveals, through the experience of limitation, something about the nature of what is being limited. The caterpillar in the chrysalis is not simply imprisoned, the constraint is essential to the transformation. The seed in the hard ground is not simply buried, the darkness is what enables the growth. The body, in the Gnostic symbolic frame, is not the enemy of the spirit, but its necessary context. The place where the abstract becomes concrete, where the infinite takes a particular shape and confronts the specific, unrepeatable conditions of a particular life. The divine spark cannot know itself in the abstract. It must incarnate, must live through something, must encounter resistance in order to discover what it is made of. Jung took this symbolically too. He was deeply skeptical of any spiritual tradition that wanted to escape the body, that regarded physical existence as simply an obstacle to be overcome. He believed, and his clinical work confirmed, that the unconscious lives in the body, that the body is the primary language of the psyche. That what the psyche cannot process becomes symptom, not abstract symptom, but physical symptom. The chronic tightness in the chest that is not a heart condition. The mysterious fatigue that has no medical explanation. The body's way of carrying what the conscious mind has refused. The symbolic prison is the place where the work happens, where the soul encounters what it needs to encounter, learns what it needs to learn, becomes what it was always potential to become. The body is not the obstacle to individuation. It is the medium of individuation. The specific body you inhabit, with its particular vulnerabilities and strengths, its specific history of pleasure and pain, its inherited tendencies, and its chosen habits. This is the material through which your particular version of the journey is lived. To reject the body is to reject the school. To despise the prison is to refuse the symbolic instruction it contains. There is something in this that is deeply relevant to the relationship most people have with their own bodies. The constant low-grade war, the relentless management, the way the body is experienced as something to be controlled or corrected or improved, rather than inhabited and listened to. What if the body is speaking, always? What if its symptoms and its hungers and its particular way of responding to the world are not malfunctions to be managed, but communications to be heard? What if the body's resistance, the places where it says no, the exhaustion, the chronic tension, contains information about what the psyche is carrying? This is not an invitation to abandon medical care. The body's physical needs are real and must be met medically when medicine is what is needed. But it is an invitation to listen to the body as a symbolic text, as well as a biological one, to ask what it might be saying, alongside what it might need. The body as symbolic prison, not a simple cage, a school, a teacher, a context that is exactly specific enough to teach what only you need to learn. Tonight, notice your body where you lie or sit, the weight of it, the breath moving through it, the warmth and pressure of the surface beneath you. This body is yours, this specific, imperfect, mortal, eloquent body. Let it rest. It has been working all day, holding you in the world. Let it rest. It has earned this. You have. Chapter 34. Emotional healing through meaning. There is a particular kind of suffering that resists all practical remedy. External circumstances improve, and the suffering remains. The medication reduces the acute symptoms, and the suffering remains. The distractions work temporarily, and then the suffering is there again when the distraction ends. Because this kind of suffering is not about the absence of any particular thing that can be supplied. It is about the absence of meaning. Viktor Frankl, who survived the Nazi concentration camps and went on to develop a form of therapy built on the centrality of meaning, wrote that human beings can endure almost anything if they can find meaning in it. Not that meaning makes suffering go away, but that meaning makes it bearable. that the person who knows why they are suffering, who can locate the suffering within a larger context that makes it comprehensible, is fundamentally different from the person whose suffering seems simply random, arbitrary, pointless. The Gnostic tradition was, among other things, a meaning-making apparatus, a framework for understanding suffering that placed it within a cosmological context large enough to hold it. The exile is real. The fracture is real. The world's imperfection is real. But these things are real within a larger story, the story of the divine spark's journey from separation to return, from forgetting to gnosis, from exile to integration. And within that larger story, even the most painful experiences become part of something navigable. Jung's therapeutic approach was similarly oriented toward meaning. He was not primarily interested in symptom reduction, though symptoms often diminished as a natural consequence of deeper psychological work. He was interested in what the symptom was pointing toward, in what the suffering was trying to say, in the meaning available within the difficulty if one was willing to look for it honestly. He observed that neurotic suffering, the suffering that seems excessive or disproportionate, that persists in the absence of obvious cause, was very often the suffering of a person who was not living their own life, who had abandoned their own meaning in favor of the meaning assigned by others, by family, by culture, by the relentless pressure of the social world to be a certain kind of person and want a certain kind of thing. The neurosis was the psyche's protest, its way of insisting that something was wrong, that something essential was not being honored, that the gap between the life being lived and the life that genuinely belonged to this particular person had become too wide to sustain. The healing, in this view, is not the elimination of the suffering, but the discovery of what the suffering is asking for. The translation of symptom into communication, the process of sitting with the difficulty, not to wallow in it, but to understand what it is pointing toward, what dimension of the life needs attention, what part of the self is asking to be recovered. This process requires a particular attitude, one that is not easy to maintain in a culture that is constantly offering faster and more efficient ways to feel better. The attitude of curiosity toward one's own pain, the willingness to ask, "What are you showing me? What is this for?" Not in a masochistic sense, not in a self-punishing sense, but in the sense of treating the interior life as a communication system that is trying as best it can to be understood. Meaning does not arrive fully formed. It is built slowly through the willingness to look honestly at what is actually happening, not what one would prefer to be happening, not what looks good, not what fits the official story, but what is actually present. And to bring to that actual presence the patience and the care it deserves. Emotional healing through meaning, the Gnostic path, the Jungian path, the path of any serious spiritual or psychological tradition. Not beyond suffering, through it, not around the wound, into it, carefully, and out the other side. You are not required to find the meaning tonight. That is not tonight's work. Tonight's work is simply rest. But somewhere in the rest, The meaning is already weaving itself together, the unconscious, doing what it does, quietly building the pattern that your waking mind will eventually be ready to see. Chapter 35, The Red Book and Living Myth. In 1913, Carl Jung began a journey that would take him to the edge of what he could bear. He had broken with Freud. He had lost his most important professional relationship, the closest thing he had to a mentor, the person who had recognized his talent and brought him into the world of depth psychology. The separation was not clean, it was painful, prolonged, accompanied by mutual hostility and the professional community's forced choice of sides. Jung was, for a period, effectively isolated, professionally suspect, personally adrift, and then, in the darkness of this isolation, something began to happen in his interior world. Images arrived. Not gentle, not decorative, overwhelming. A vision of a great flood covering Europe, filled with debris and death. A voice speaking from within his own psyche, telling him things he did not choose to receive. Figures appearing in the half-waking state that felt more real than anything in his ordinary life. He was afraid he was going mad. He was a psychiatrist. He knew what madness looked like. And he was not sure, for a period, that he was not in its territory. He made a decision that I believe is one of the most courageous things any thinker has done. He descended deliberately. He decided to go toward the visions rather than away from them. To engage the interior figures, to speak with them, to record everything. He took a large, handmade book, red leather binding, hundreds of pages, and into it he began to pour what he found in the depths. The dialogues with the figures of the unconscious, the dreams and visions and their amplifications, the personal mythology that was being constructed in his interior world. He called it Liber Novus, the new book. We know it as the Red Book. For over 90 years, the book was kept private, locked in a bank vault in Switzerland, seen by very few, known mostly by rumor. When it was finally published in 2009, scholars across multiple disciplines were stunned, not only by its beauty, the calligraphied text, the extraordinary paintings that accompanied it, but by its content, by the evidence it contained of what Jung had done. He had descended into the unconscious with the discipline of a scientist and the receptivity of a mystic, and he had mapped what he found there with extraordinary care. What he found was living myth. Not mythology as a historical artifact, not the dead stories of ancient peoples whose context we can only partially reconstruct, but myth as active present reality, the unconscious producing in one individual's psyche the same archetypal figures and dramas that appear in the world's mythological traditions, because they were not invented by those traditions, but discovered in the same interior territory that Jung was now exploring. He encountered Philemon, a wise old figure with kingfisher wings and a goat's horns, who became Jung's inner guide. He spoke with Salome, a beautiful blind figure who represented something in his psychology that he was not ready to see. He descended, in one of the most dramatic passages of the book, into a mythological underworld, confronted figures of terror and beauty, and emerged with something, a new understanding, a new orientation, a new relationship to his own depths. The Red Book is important not because it is a religious text or a philosophical treatise, but because it is a demonstration. It shows what happens when a person of exceptional courage and exceptional psychological sophistication actually goes where depth psychology claims there is something to find. And what is found there is not nothing. What is found there is myth, living, dynamic, personally specific, and universally resonant at the same time. Your own interior is similarly inhabited. Not identically, the figures in your depths are yours, shaped by your specific history and psychology. But the landscape is the same landscape. The territory Jung explored is the same territory your dreams move through every night. You have your own Red Book, even if you have never written a word of it. Your life has been the recording. Every choice made from genuine inner knowing, every encounter with something too large to explain, every dream that stayed with you past waking, these are the pages. Let them rest tonight. Let the book continue its quiet composition in the depths. Chapter 36. Jung's Visions of the Depths. Late in his life, after a serious illness that brought him close to death, Carl Jung experienced a sequence of visions so vivid and so remarkable that he devoted several pages of his autobiography to describing them, and then, characteristically, offered his psychological interpretation alongside his unwillingness to definitively reduce them to either hallucination or spiritual experience. He found himself lifted high above the earth, able to see the planet from a vast distance, the southern coast of India visible below, the subcontinent stretching out in deep blue and green. He felt a sensation that he described as the most deeply satisfied he had ever been. A sense of utter rightness, of having arrived finally at the appropriate vantage point. He was then drawn toward a dark stone temple, a structure floating in space, carved from meteorite, lit from within by mysterious light. He felt that inside this temple he would finally understand everything, the meaning of his life, the purpose of his existence, the pattern that unified everything he had experienced and thought and felt and suffered over 7 decades. He was moving toward the doorway, and then he was pulled back, called back to ordinary consciousness, to the hospital bed, to the familiar weight of the body, and he was furious. He wrote that he had never felt such resistance to returning to life. The ordinary world seemed, by comparison to what he was approaching, grey and thin and impossibly limited. But he also recorded with his characteristic precision that something happened in the weeks of convalescence that followed, that the world came back to him in a different way, that everything in it seemed to glow with something it had always had, but that he had not always been able to see. That the things of ordinary life, the meals, the light in the room, the people who came to visit, were bathed in meaning in a way that they had not been before. He interpreted this not as a proof of life after death. he was too careful a thinker to make that leap, but as an experience of the numinous at its most concentrated. An encounter, perhaps through illness and the approach of death, with the deepest layer of the psyche, with the self in its most direct manifestation, with what the Gnostics would have called a brushing of the pneuma against the Pleroma. What changed him was not the vision itself, but the quality it revealed as possible. The quality of being genuinely met by the depth of one's own experience, of being, for a sustained period, in contact with something that was not the surface, of knowing through direct experience rather than through argument that there is more to the psyche than the ego has access to. This knowing, once received, once genuinely encountered, changes the orientation of everything that follows, not by providing answers, but by dissolving the question of whether there is anything to find. The question of whether the interior has depth, whether the unconscious is truly vast, whether there is something in the human being that exceeds what the ordinary self-image can contain. These questions become, after the encounter, no longer questions. They become known, not provable to others, not demonstrable in any form that would satisfy academic criteria, but known in the way that your own experience is known with a certainty that is prior to argument. You may have had your own version of such encounters, smaller, perhaps, less dramatic, but the same in essential quality. The moment in a dream that felt more real than waking life. The occasion of grief or beauty or love that seemed to crack open the ordinary surface and let something vast and unfamiliar enter. The inexplicable sense of being guided, of being met, of being known by something that exceeded the personal. These are the visions of the depths, available to anyone willing to be present to the interior, not manufactured, not performed, simply received when the conditions are right, when the surface is quiet enough. Tonight, you are in the conditions. The surface is very quiet now. Let the depths do what they do. Chapter 37. Christ as Inner Image. Of all the ideas Jung developed in his long career, the one that perhaps required the most courage to articulate, and that has been most consistently misunderstood, is his psychological treatment of the figure of Christ. He was not claiming that Christ was only a psychological figure. He was not reducing theology to psychology, not dismissing the historical or metaphysical dimensions of Christian tradition. He was making a different and, in its way, more radical claim that the Christ figure, whatever else it is, functions as an image in the human psyche, an archetypal image of the individuating self, and that this function is real and important regardless of one's theological commitments. The Christ figure in the Gospels embodies a specific set of qualities that Jung recognized as the qualities of the self, as experienced in the process of individuation, the synthesis of opposites, fully divine and fully human, simultaneously. The willing acceptance of suffering as part of the journey rather than as evidence of failure. The descent into darkness, the 3 days in the tomb before the resurrection and return. the consistent insistence on an interior kingdom rather than an external one. The teaching that the divine is to be found not in institutional authority or external compliance, but in the honest interiority of the individual. The kingdom of heaven is within you. The Gnostics had their own version of Christ, a figure quite different from the Christ of Orthodox Christianity. The Gnostic Christ was not the dying God who takes on the world's sin and redeems it through sacrifice. The Gnostic Christ was the revealer, the one who comes to the exiled souls and reminds them of what they are, who brings Gnosis, who tells the pneuma what it has forgotten. Your nature is divine. Your exile is not your final state. The Pleroma from which you came is not lost, but waiting. This Christ is an inner image, a figure who appears in the depths of the psyche when it is ready to receive the truth about itself. Not as an external authority demanding compliance, but as an interior illumination, the moment of recognition, the gnosis, the experience of knowing what you are at your most fundamental level. Jung's patients, again and again, produced in their dreams and fantasies images that had the quality of this Gnostic Christ, a figure of wisdom and compassion that appeared at crucial junctures in the individuation process, that brought not judgment, but recognition, that saw the dreamer with complete clarity and responded with complete acceptance. This is the self, making itself visible in the imagery the psyche has available. Using the cultural material at hand for a person raised in a Christian tradition, the Christ image, to convey something about the nature of the deepest center of the psyche. And the Gnostic insight about this inner Christ is particularly precise. This figure does not come to rule, but to remind, does not come to impose an external law, but to reveal an internal nature. The salvation the inner Christ brings is not rescue from outside, but recognition from within. Not someone else doing the work for you, but the work revealing what was already true about what you are. This is the difference between the Gnostic and the Orthodox understanding of salvation, stated in psychological terms. Orthodox salvation is external, something done to you by a power greater than yourself. Gnostic salvation is interior, the recognition of what you already are, made possible by the encounter with something that can show you clearly what you could not see on your own. The Christ as inner image is the self becoming legible, is the depths of the psyche finding the imagery to communicate to the surface what the surface most needs to know. You are not alone. You are not finally defined by your failures. Something in you is whole, is good, is capable of more than you have allowed yourself to believe. Whether or not you hold any specific religious belief, whether the Christ figure has personal resonance for you or not, the function it represents is available. The archetype of the self finding expression, speaking to the ego in its most desperate hour, offering not answers but recognition. You are recognized tonight by something in the depths that knows you completely and accepts what it knows. Let that rest in you. Chapter 38. Evil, Absence, and Wholeness. One of the most difficult questions in any spiritual or psychological tradition is the question of evil. Not the difficult cases, the edge cases, the ambiguous situations where motives are mixed and circumstances complicate judgment. The straightforward cases, the person who causes deliberate, knowing harm to another, the systems that produce suffering at industrial scale, the simple, brutal, inexcusable destruction of innocent life. What is evil? Where does it come from? How does it relate to the divine, to the unconscious, to the project of wholeness that both the Gnostics and Jung were pursuing? The Gnostics offered an answer that is philosophically interesting and psychologically profound. Evil, in the more sophisticated Gnostic systems, is not a substance, not a dark force equal and opposite to the good. Evil is absence. Evil is what happens when the light is removed. When the Pleroma is not present, when the divine fullness is withdrawn or excluded, what remains is the Demiurge's creation, limited, blind, producing suffering not out of malice, but out of the specific quality of limitation, not knowing what it does not know. This is the privatio boni tradition in theology, the idea that evil is not a positive force, but a privation, an absence of the good. Augustine developed it, Aquinas refined it. And its psychological equivalent was one of Jung's most important insights, that evil in the psyche tends to arise from unconsciousness, from the parts of the self that are not known, not integrated, not brought into the light of awareness. The person who causes harm is, more often than not, someone in the grip of an unconscious complex, acting out something they have not yet been able to see about themselves. This is not an exculpation. Jung was very clear that the unconsciousness of the perpetrator does not diminish the reality of the harm to the victim. The fact that the abuser is acting from their own wound does not reduce the wound they cause. Moral responsibility is real, and the recognition of unconscious motivation does not eliminate it. But the insight that evil tends to arise from exclusion, from the parts of the psyche that have been walled off, from the shadow that accumulates pressure when it is denied, has a practical implication for the project of wholeness. The more honestly a person engages with their own darkness, the more they are willing to look at their own capacity for harm, their own impulses toward cruelty or manipulation or selfishness, the less likely those capacities are to operate unconsciously, to erupt sideways into actions that the person later cannot account for. The aim is not to eliminate the dark capacities, that is not possible, and attempting it only drives them deeper underground. The aim is to know them, to have them available to consciousness, where they can be held and examined rather than blindly enacted. Jung wrote somewhere that it takes more moral courage to look honestly at one's own shadow than to perform almost any other ethical act. Because the shadow contains things the ego finds genuinely threatening to its self-image, acknowledging that you are capable of the same impulses you condemn in others requires a kind of honesty that the ego, left to itself, will consistently resist. But this is the work of wholeness. Wholeness is not the perfection of virtue, it is the honest inclusion of the whole, the light and the shadow, the strength and the weakness, the capacity for love and the capacity for harm. Not to act from all of these indiscriminately, but to know them, to be honest about being human. The divine wholeness, the Pleroma, is not fragile. It contains everything. The creation of the Demiurge, limited and imperfect, excludes. That is its nature. But the return to wholeness is not through more exclusion, it is through more inclusion, more honesty, more willingness to see clearly and hold without flinching. You are a whole person, not in spite of your shadow, with your shadow known and held. That is what wholeness means. Chapter 39. The soul's longing for return. There is a feeling that comes sometimes in the very late night, in the deep silence, when the surface of the day has long since receded and the ordinary world has grown distant and dreamlike. A feeling that is not quite sadness, and not quite longing, and not quite hope, a feeling that contains all of these in a specific proportion that has no single word in English, though the Germans have Sehnsucht, and the Portuguese have Saudade, and the Welsh have Hiraeth, and each of these words is pointing at the same untranslatable thing. The thing that the soul longs for in these moments is return. Not the return to any specific time or place, not nostalgia, which is a simpler feeling. This is the longing for a home that, in some sense, you have never actually inhabited in your present life. A belonging you can feel the shape of, but cannot locate in memory. A fullness that you know exists because you can feel the exact outline of its absence. The Gnostic said, this feeling is the pneuma's memory of the Pleroma, the divine spark temporarily exiled in a world of matter and forgetting, feeling the gravitational pull of its origin, not a pathology, not a sign of neurological disorder or insufficient gratitude for the goodness that is present in the life, a signal from the deepest layer of what you are. Jung would have said it is the archetype of wholeness making itself felt as an absence, the self calling to the ego from the depth of the psyche, reminding it that there is more, that the current orientation toward the surface is insufficient, that the depth is real and worth turning toward. And both would have said, this feeling, uncomfortable as it can be, is a gift. It is the compass. It is the thing that keeps the search alive. Every genuine spiritual or psychological tradition rests on the assumption that the search is worth making, that the longing for return is not a fantasy but an indication, that the thing being longed for is real, even if it cannot be found in any specific external place, that the direction the longing points is a real direction towards something that can actually be approached. The soul's longing for return is the motive force behind every authentic spiritual practice, behind every serious therapeutic endeavor, behind every genuine creative act, in which the person who makes something is trying at some level to make visible what the deepest part of them knows is true and real and necessary, Behind every moment of genuine love, in which the lover recognizes in the beloved something that resonates with the deepest interior, something that says, "Here, in this person, in the quality of this meeting, is something of what I am looking for, not the destination, but a station on the way, a point of contact with the direction of home." The longing for return is not about going backward, it is about going deeper. The Pleroma is not behind you in time, it is beneath you, always in depth. It is the ground of what you are, accessible in principle always, approached in practice only, gradually, only, partially, only through the sustained and honest turning of attention inward. Tonight, the longing can be here without having to be answered. You don't have to resolve it tonight. You don't have to find the home tonight. The longing itself is the signal that home exists. And the signal is enough for tonight. Let it be here with you. Let it be what it is, the most honest thing in you, the truest thing, the thing that knows what you need even when your mind does not. Rest into it. Let the longing hold you as you hold it. Chapter 40. Overthinking and Spiritual Hunger. There is a particular trap that tends to catch the most intelligent people most reliably. It goes like this. A person is thoughtful, reflective, articulate. They are capable of analyzing their situation with considerable sophistication. They can describe their problem in the precise vocabulary of psychology or philosophy or spiritual tradition. They know the theories. They can see the patterns. And yet somehow, despite all this knowing, nothing changes. The insight does not become experience. The analysis remains analysis. The map is very accurate, but they never leave the map room to travel in the actual territory. Jung called this a one-sided development of the thinking function, the case where the capacity for intellectual analysis has been so thoroughly developed at the expense of feeling and sensation and intuition that the person's knowing has become almost entirely verbal and conceptual, disconnected from the embodied, felt, direct experience that is the only medium through which genuine psychological change can occur. The Gnostics would have called it the Archon of the intellect, the way intelligence, elevated to an absolute, becomes a prison rather than a liberation. The mind that can analyze everything can also analyze away everything, can turn gnosis, direct, felt, transformative self-knowledge into theology, into a set of interesting propositions that are endlessly refinable and that never have to be lived. Spiritual hunger, in the deepest sense, is the hunger of the whole person, not just the mind, but the body, the feelings, the intuition, the relational dimension, the aesthetic dimension. The dimension that responds to beauty and is moved by suffering and knows, in the chest rather than the head, what matters and what does not. The person who tries to feed this hunger exclusively with intellectual content, with books, with theories, with ever more sophisticated frameworks, is like the person who tries to satisfy physical hunger by reading cookbooks. The cookbooks are good, the recipes are accurate, but they are not food. What is the food? For the Gnostics, direct encounter with one's own pneuma. The practices of inward attention, of sitting with what arises, of allowing direct experience to be primary rather than the interpretation of direct experience. For Jung, the engagement with the images of the unconscious, the willingness to be moved by what arises in dreams and fantasy, the practice of active imagination in which the rational mind deliberately steps back and lets the deeper psychic figures speak without being immediately organized and controlled. And for anyone, the simple practice of being present to what is actually happening in the body, in the feeling state, in the quality of the moment, without rushing to analyze it. The willingness to be in experience rather than always above it, commenting on it from a safe analytical distance. Overthinking is a form of avoidance. A very intelligent, very respectable form, one that can disguise itself as depth, but avoidance nonetheless. The avoidance of the vulnerability that genuine feeling requires, the avoidance of the uncertainty that genuine spiritual encounter involves, the avoidance of the loss of control that comes with being truly moved. The spiritual hunger is fed by encounter, not by analysis, by presence, not by understanding, by the willingness to be changed, not by the ability to describe the process of change. Tonight, the thinking can rest. There is nothing to analyze right now. There is only this: the quiet, the breathing, the slow weight of the body, the sound of the world settling, the direct, unanalyzed experience of being here. This is enough. This, tonight, is everything. Chapter 41. The Secret Pattern of Suffering. If you were to map your suffering, not just the events, but the inner landscape of it, the quality of the experience, the themes that run through it, what shapes would you find? Most people, when they do this work honestly, discover that their suffering is not entirely random, that it has a pattern, recurring themes, characteristic forms, predictable triggers. The same kind of relationship difficulty appearing with different people, the same creative block arriving at the same point in every project, the same fear activating in the same kind of situation, even when the circumstances are objectively different from the original occasion of the fear. This is what Jung meant by complex, and it is what the Gnostics meant by Archon. A pattern in the psyche that governs a particular domain of experience, that operates consistently and repeatedly, that produces suffering not because it is evil, but because it is fixed, rigid, unable to learn or adapt or grow. The secret pattern of suffering is not secret because it is hidden from everyone. It is usually visible to the people around you long before it is visible to you. It is secret from you, specifically, because it is too close, because you are inside it. Because what the complex does is not experienced as a complex doing something, it is experienced as reality presenting itself in a familiar and unfortunate way. As the same thing happening to you again. The recognition of the pattern is the beginning of liberation from it, not the end of it. The pattern has usually been in place for decades, and it does not dissolve simply because it has been recognized. But recognition breaks the seamless quality of the experience, creates a small gap between the trigger and the response. A moment in which, rather than simply reacting from within the pattern, the person can notice, here it is again. This thing I recognize. This familiar contraction, this characteristic response. That noticing is tiny, but it is everything. It is the beginning of choice where before there was only automaticity. Jung spoke of the work of individuation as being, in significant part, the work of finding these patterns, finding the Archons, in Gnostic terms, and bringing them into relationship with consciousness. Not through combat. You cannot defeat a complex through willpower, any more than you can defeat a reflex through determination, through patient, curious, sometimes painful attention. The secret pattern of suffering becomes navigable, becomes something you can work with rather than something that simply happens to you when you can name it accurately. When you can say, this is the wound around abandonment and it is activating now, or this is the pattern of self-sabotage that arrives whenever success is near, or this is the specific way I have learned to make myself small, and it is here again. The naming does not eliminate the pattern, but it begins to shift the relationship to it. The pattern becomes an object of awareness rather than an invisible ruler, and objects of awareness can be examined, worked with slowly and imperfectly, and genuinely changed. Your suffering has a secret pattern. This is not an insult, it is the most human thing possible. Every person's psyche is shaped by what it has encountered. Every person carries patterns formed in response to genuine difficulties. The patterns are not failures. They were, at the time of their formation, survival strategies. They simply need to be updated for the person you have become rather than the person you were when they were formed. This is some of the deepest work available to a human life, and it is never finished. The pattern becomes more legible, the relationship to it becomes more spacious, the grip loosens, slowly, with enormous patience, toward the freedom that Jung called individuation and the Gnostics called return. Tonight, the pattern rests too. It is just there, part of what you carry. You don't have to work on it right now. Just let it be present, acknowledged, no longer needing to be hidden or fought. Chapter 42. Reality Beneath Appearances. Everything you see right now is a construction, not a hallucination. The objects in your room are real, the weight of your body is real, the darkness around you is real. But the way you perceive them, the meanings you assign to them, the emotional coloring they carry, the story you tell yourself about what they indicate about your situation, this is a construction. A product of the particular perceiving apparatus that is you, your history, your psychology, your current state of fatigue or alertness, your background beliefs about what reality is and what it means. Philosophy has known this for a long time. Kant argued that we never perceive things as they are in themselves. We perceive phenomena, which are things as they appear to us through the particular forms of our human perceiving. The noumenon, the thing in itself, is permanently inaccessible. We are always inside our own construction of the world, looking out. The Gnostics would have recognized this immediately. The world you see is the Demiurge's creation, real but not ultimate. A valid level of reality, but not the deepest. Beneath it, and through it, and beyond it, there is something else. Something that your ordinary senses and ordinary cognition cannot access, but that is nonetheless the ground on which ordinary reality rests. Jung made this argument in a more limited empirical form. The world you perceive is substantially shaped by your unconscious. The complexes, the archetypes, the projections, the archetypal expectations that structure your perception, all of these are filtering and shaping your experience of reality in ways you are not aware of. What you see is not simply what is there, it is what is there organized by who you are. This is not a reason for epistemological despair, for the conclusion that nothing can be known and all perception is equally unreliable. It is a reason for epistemic humility, for the practice of asking regularly, to what extent is what I am seeing actually there, and to what extent is it something I am bringing to the encounter? And it is an invitation, the Gnostic invitation, to look deeper, to practice the kind of attention that does not stop at the appearance, but follows it down toward what underlies it. The meditation traditions call this practices of discernment the systematic development of the capacity to distinguish between the surface of experience and its deeper nature. Reality beneath appearances is not necessarily more dramatic than the surface. It is not hidden behind the ordinary world in the way that a hidden chamber is hidden behind a false wall. It is more like the depth dimension of the ordinary, the layer of meaning and relation and significance that is already there in ordinary experience, but that requires a particular quality of attention to perceive. The flower is beautiful, that is, its surface appearance. But the beauty is not simply a neurological event in the perceiver. It is a relationship between the perceiver and something in the flower that corresponds to something in the perceiver, and the beauty is the name for that correspondence. When you attend more carefully to the experience of beauty, not just its surface, but its depth, you begin to discover that it points somewhere, that it is, in some sense, a disclosure, a moment of reality appearing more fully than usual. Mystics across traditions have described the experience of suddenly seeing ordinary reality as if it had always been transparent, as if the surface had never been solid and through it always the light has been visible. This is not a claim about a metaphysical fact, it is a description of a perceptual experience. An experience of the deeper dimension of the ordinary breaking through. Tonight, in the dark, the ordinary world has receded. What remains is the quality of the moment itself. Bare, present, stripped of the usual elaboration. This is, in its own way, a glimpse of reality beneath appearances. The experience of simply being here before the meaning-making apparatus reasserts itself. Just this, just here, just now. This is already more than it looks like. Chapter 43, When Symbols Become Doors. A symbol is not a sign. A sign points to something definite and exhausted by its reference. The red hexagon means stop. The arrow on the floor means this way. The sign's function is complete when it has directed you to what it indicates. A symbol is different. A symbol contains more than it can express. It points toward something, but the something it points toward cannot be fully expressed in any other way, and the pointing itself does something to the person who receives it. The symbol is not a replacement for the thing it represents. It is a meeting point between the conscious mind and something larger than consciousness can fully hold, a point of contact. This is why religious symbols have such power when they are alive, when they are genuinely functioning as symbols rather than having been reduced to signs or doctrines. The cross is not a sign meaning Christianity. When it functions as a living symbol, it is a meeting point between the person who encounters it and something in the collective unconscious. An archetype, a pattern of dying and rising, of sacrifice and transformation, of the intersection of vertical and horizontal, divine and human, eternal and temporal that it carries. The encounter with the living symbol does something. It activates something in the depths. Jung said that the symbol was the best possible expression of something that cannot otherwise be said. The alchemical texts he studied were full of symbols, images of transformation, of the union of opposites, of the stages through which base material becomes gold. He read these not as failed chemistry, but as successful psychology. Accurate symbolic language for the process of individuation, developed by people who had genuinely encountered that process and were encoding what they found in the imagery available to them. The Gnostic myths are symbols in this sense, not signs pointing to literal cosmological facts. The Gnostics were not claiming that there is actually a being called the Demiurge, literally building material reality in a workshop somewhere. They were creating symbolic containers for genuine psychological and spiritual experiences, the experience of the limited self mistaking itself for the whole, the experience of the divine spark feeling its exile, the experience of the gradual recognition of one's deepest nature. When you encounter a symbol that is alive for you, an image in a dream, a passage of music, a visual work of art, a natural landscape, even a line from a poem, and you feel it working on you, feel it activating something in the depth of your psyche that responds to it as a recognition rather than merely a perception. You are at a door. The door does not open all the way, all at once. That would be overwhelming. But it opens a crack, a slant of light from the deeper interior, a moment of contact with something that the ordinary ego does not have continuous access to. And the practice, the thing that makes the symbol more than a passing experience, is to stay at the door, to return to the image, to sit with it, to live with it, to let it continue working on you over time rather than having the momentary experience and moving on. Jung called this active imagination the deliberate, sustained engagement with the imagery of the unconscious, not just in the moment of its arising, but as an ongoing practice. The painting or drawing of what arose in dreams, the dialogue with the figures of the inner world, the sustained attention to the symbol until it has given what it has to give, which is always more than the first encounter suggests. What symbols have moved you? What images keep returning in dreams, in art you are drawn to, in landscape that resonates? These are not coincidences. They are the doors that your particular psyche, at this particular point in your life, has been placed near. You don't have to go through them tonight. You only have to notice they are there. The door is always there. The something on the other side is patient. Chapter 44. The quiet knowledge of the self. There is a knowing that is not loud. It does not arrive in arguments. It does not accumulate through reading. It does not compete with other knowings for priority. It waits quietly for the noise to diminish enough that it can be heard. Jung called it the self's, knowing the deep center of the psyche's way of orienting you continuously toward what is genuinely right for your particular life. Not right in some abstract moral sense, but right in the ecological sense, fitting, appropriate, in line with the full reality of who you are. This knowing is different from the ego's knowing. The ego knows through logic, through the application of learned principles, through the comparison of options against a template of what is acceptable or desirable or sensible. The ego's knowing is useful and important, but it is limited by the same thing that limits all ego functioning. It can only work with what it consciously knows. It cannot access the vast reserves of information held by the unconscious, the years of emotional experience that never made it into explicit memory. The bodily knowledge accumulated through decades of inhabiting a particular life, the archetypal wisdom that is not personal but is available to the personal when the connection is open. The self's knowing, or what we might call intuition, in the deepest sense of that word, has access to all of this. It is the sum of the whole psyche's orientation, not just the conscious portion. And it manifests not as argument, but as a quality, a felt rightness or wrongness, a gut sense, a hunch that persists even when the logical analysis points in a different direction. This is not the same as impulsivity. The intuition of the integrated psyche is not the whim of the unexamined ego dressed up as depth. True intuition is sober, consistent, and tends to become clearer rather than louder over time. Impulsivity is insistent, urgent, easily rationalized, and tends to bring regret. The difference is felt, not reasoned, but it is real. The Gnostic tradition, in its various forms, placed enormous emphasis on the cultivation of this interior knowing, on the development of the capacity to listen to the pneuma's guidance, the divine spark's orientation toward its own nature and origin. The spiritual practices of the Gnostic communities were not primarily doctrinal, they were attentional. They cultivated the quality of inner listening, the capacity to attend to what arises from the depths without immediately filtering it through the categories of the conditioned mind. In the ordinary day, the noise is too great for this knowing to be consistently audible. The demands of the external world, the inner critic's commentary, the constant stimulation of the contemporary information environment, these drown out the quiet signal. Not permanently, not destructively, but effectively, for most of the waking hours of most days. But in the late night, in the quiet, the signal can be heard. The quiet knowledge of the self is not something you need to seek dramatically. It is not in a special place, accessible only through extraordinary practice or unusual states. It is always present beneath the noise, beneath the commentary, beneath the relentless productivity of the thinking mind. It simply requires quiet enough to hear it. You have that quiet now. The world is very still. Your mind is becoming quieter, gradually as the words pass through it and the sleep deepens around the edges of awareness. In that quiet, the self knows. It has always known what you are, where you should be going, what matters, and what, in the long view, does not. What is genuinely yours and what was never really yours at all. You don't need to hear it explicitly tonight. Just know that it is there. The quiet knowledge, always present, always patient, always available when the noise diminishes enough. It knows you completely, and it holds you with a compassion that the ego, in its busyness, has not always allowed you to feel. Rest in that. Let the quiet knowledge be present. Chapter 45. Beyond the Visible World. For most of recorded human history, in most cultures and traditions, the visible world was understood to be only the surface of reality. Not an illusion, not unreal, but a surface. The part of reality that human sensory organs and ordinary cognition can access directly. And beneath it, or through it, or in a different dimension entirely, something else. Something more vast, more permanent, more foundational than anything available to the ordinary senses. The specific names and shapes given to this something else have varied enormously. The Pleroma, the Tao, Brahman, the Kingdom of Heaven, the Noumenal Realm, the collective unconscious, the imaginal world. Different vocabularies, developed by different cultures at different moments in history, for what appears to be a consistent human experience. The experience of something beyond the ordinarily visible and the felt significance of that beyond. It was the modern era specifically, the intellectual current that emerged from the scientific revolution and achieved cultural dominance by the 19th century, that made the bold and somewhat lonely claim that the visible world is, in fact, all there is. That the something else experienced by mystics and dreamers and artists throughout human history is nothing more than the brain's activity, a product of neurochemistry, a subjective state without objective correlate. This claim has enormous practical power. Science, operating on this assumption, has produced technological achievements that have transformed human life in ways that would have seemed genuinely miraculous to any previous era. The claim works within its domain, but it leaves something out, or rather, it leaves someone out. It leaves out the experiencing subject. It leaves out the fact that the scientific account of consciousness, however sophisticated, has not yet produced a satisfying explanation for why there is experience at all, why it feels like something to be you, why the contents of the mind, the dreams, the intuitions, the sense of meaning, the experience of beauty are there, and what they are for. Jung was a scientist in the best sense of the word. someone whose conclusions followed from evidence rather than from prior commitments. And the evidence he encountered, in thousands of clinical encounters, in decades of careful attention to his own interior, in the vast cross-cultural study of mythology and religion and alchemical symbolism, this evidence pointed consistently toward the reality of the psyche as something more than merely the brain's epiphenomenon, toward the reality of the unconscious as a genuine realm with its own contents and its own logic, toward the validity of the archetype as a real pattern that operates in reality, not merely in subjective experience. He did not claim that this proved the Gnostic cosmology or any specific metaphysical system. He was more careful than that. But he was unwilling to dismiss what the evidence was showing, unwilling to let the ideological commitment of scientific materialism overrule the testimony of what he was actually finding beyond the visible world. Not a place on a map, not a destination reachable through any mode of transport, a dimension, a depth of what is already present, the invisible ground of the visible surface, the interior of the exterior, the something that gives the world its specific quality of mattering, of meaning, of being genuinely here and not merely abstractly existent. You are in contact with this dimension most fully in the states that reduce the ego's dominance, in dreams, in certain meditative states, in the liminal space between waking and sleep, which is precisely where you are now or approaching. The beyond is not far away. It is as close as the next breath, as close as the edge of consciousness, where the known self meets the unknown, as close as the depth below the surface of your own mind. Beyond the visible world, but not beyond you. Chapter 46, Resting Outside the False Order. The false order requires maintenance. The Demiurge's creation the world as the ego constructs it, the surface reality that the Archons reinforce, the persona that the social world rewards, this takes enormous sustained effort to maintain. Not because you are aware of the effort. The effort has become automatic, habitual, as unconscious as breathing. But it is effort nonetheless. The sustained tension of keeping certain things below the threshold. The ongoing work of presenting the acceptable face. The chronic, low-grade hypervigilance of a psyche that is never quite fully at rest, because being fully at rest would mean letting some things rise that have been very carefully kept down. Sleep is the best available approximation of resting outside the false order. In sleep, the persona is suspended. There is no social audience to perform for. The ego's governance relaxes, becomes more porous, more permeable, more open to what the unconscious has to offer. The complexes that govern waking behavior lose some of their grip. Dreams emerge from the space that this relaxation creates, the unconscious speaking more freely than it can when the ego is fully in charge. And in the deeper layers of sleep, in the dreamless states, the states of pure rest, there is something that approaches the Gnostic rest outside the material creation altogether. Not death, not unconsciousness in any frightening sense, but a temporary suspension of the conditions that make the ordinary ego self necessary. A return, for a few hours, to the vast and undifferentiated ground from which the ordinary self emerged. This is why sleep is so important. Not only biologically, though. The biological necessity of sleep is absolute and unambiguous, but psychologically, spiritually, the nightly dissolution of the constructed self into the depths is a form of dying and being reborn that keeps the psyche from calcifying. That restores each morning something of the original quality, the freshness, the contact with the ground, the sense that the surface is still permeable to depth. The mystics of many traditions have understood this. Sleep as a nightly small death, the surrender of the separative self into the ground of being, and the morning return as a resurrection, the same person, but renewed by the contact with what lies below the person. The Gnostic path, at its deepest, was about learning to rest outside the false order, not only in sleep, but in the waking life as well, developing the capacity to inhabit ordinary reality without being entirely captured by it, to engage fully with the world while remaining at some level in contact with the deeper dimension, to live in the Demiurge's creation while knowing it is not the whole story. This is what the contemplative traditions call non-attachment, not the detachment that refuses to engage, not the numbness of someone who has walled themselves off from feeling, but the engagement that is free because it knows what it is engaging with. The participation that is full because the participant is not entirely identified with the role they are playing. Tonight, you are practicing the small version of this. You are resting outside the false order of the day, the demands, the performances, the sustained effort of being someone in a world of other someones. You are letting the constructed self dissolve gradually into the quiet and the dark. This is not nothing. This is one of the most important things a person can do. Let it happen. Release the day. Release the performance. Release the false order and its requirements. For this night at least, you can simply be. Not someone, just being. Chapter 47, A Mind That Remembers Home. Toward the end of a long journey, there is a quality that arrives which is difficult to describe, but immediately recognizable. It is not the excitement of arrival, it is quieter than that. It is a kind of settling, a deepening, a sense of the body and mind coming into alignment with where they are going in a way that they were not aligned with the journey itself. The ground beneath the feet begins to feel right. The air has a specific quality that nothing else has. Something in you relaxes that you did not know was tensed. This is the quality of approaching home. The mind that remembers home is not a mind that has arrived. It is a mind that has maintained through all the traveling some part of itself that knows what home is. That has not been entirely captured by the landscapes it has passed through. That has held somewhere below the level of ordinary awareness the memory of what it is oriented toward. This is the Gnostic pneuma, still carrying its memory of the Pleroma through all the layers of the descent. This is the individuating psyche, maintaining its connection to the self through all the layers of the persona and the shadow and the complex governed responses of everyday life. This is the soul, in any tradition, that keeps its compass pointing home even when the path is long and the destination is not visible. Tonight, in the dark, you are a mind that remembers home. Even if you cannot say precisely what home is, even if the memory is more feeling than image, more orientation than destination, even if the only evidence of the memory is the quality of the longing that arrives in quiet moments, pointing somewhere, insisting on something, that is enough. The compass pointing is enough. The knowing that there is a direction, even when the path is not visible, is enough. Jung wrote that the goal of individuation is not a final state, not enlightenment, not the achievement of perfect wholeness, not the elimination of suffering or conflict. The goal is the right relationship to the process, the capacity to stay oriented, to keep turning toward what is genuine, to maintain the dialogue between the ego and the self, even when, especially when, the dialogue is difficult. The mind that remembers home is not the mind that has arrived. It is the mind that keeps turning in the right direction, that keeps listening for the signal from the depths, that keeps making the small choices again and again that express its actual values rather than its performed ones. And this turning, this listening, this choosing it happens most naturally, most easily, in exactly the state you are in now, the quiet state, the state where the noise of the world has receded and the deeper signal can be heard. You have been listening tonight for nearly 4 hours. You have let the words wash over you, the ancient myths, the psychological maps, the stories of those who descended and returned, the descriptions of what they found. You have been in the company of the Gnostics and of Jung and of the long human tradition of people who refused to accept that the surface was the whole story. And somewhere in all of that, something in you has been stirring, a recognition, a quality of attention that is different from the quality you had when you began. Something perhaps that knows itself a little better, something that feels perhaps a little closer to what it actually is. This is the mind that remembers home. This is your mind tonight, doing what it always knows how to do when given the chance, finding its way, slowly, toward what is most real. Sleep is the deepest return available tonight. The full surrender, the complete dissolving into the ground. Let it come. You have earned it. The mind that remembers home can rest now. Home will still be there in the morning, closer perhaps than it was before. The path is real. The direction is real. The memory is real. And so are you, beneath everything you have learned to be. Completely, quietly, irrevocably real. Chapter 48. Sleep beneath the stars. You have traveled a long way tonight, through the layers of an ancient cosmology, through the maps of a 20th century psychologist who found at the bottom of his own depths the same territory the Gnostics had mapped in the language of myth. Through the architecture of the ego and the unconscious, the persona and the shadow, the self and the divine spark, the Pleroma and the exile, and the slow, patient, never-finished process of return. And now, as the words begin to thin, as the story approaches its close, the territory itself is growing quieter. The concepts are dissolving into the general warmth of the night. The ideas are becoming less insistent, less precise, settling into something below the level of articulation. A feeling, a quality, a spaciousness, where the thinking was, this is the right movement. Sleep does not come to a mind that is working. It comes to a mind that has worked and has set the work down, to a mind that has finished for tonight with the effort of being someone who knows things and is content for a few hours to simply be. The stars, if you could see them now through whatever ceiling or wall or cloud separates you from the sky, would be exactly as they always are. Vast, indifferent, extraordinarily beautiful, arranged in patterns that human beings have been looking up at and making stories from for as long as there have been human beings. The same stars above every Gnostic community that ever gathered in the ancient world. The same stars above Jung's tower in Bollingen, where he retreated to write and think and be in contact with the old and simple things. The same stars above every person who ever lay awake in the middle of the night and felt, for a moment, the depth of the world. You are in the company of all of them tonight. Not metaphorically in the actual continuity of the human experience of this moment. The late night, the quiet, the awareness before sleep, the sense of something vast and present just beyond the reach of ordinary knowing. The divine spark in you is the same material as what the Gnostics recognized and named in their particular language. The self in you is the same deep center that Jung discovered and mapped in his particular language. The thing that knows more than you know, that gives you the feeling of the shape of home even when you cannot see it, is the same thing that has always been there. In every generation of human beings who ever lay down in the dark and listened. You are not alone in this. You were never alone in this. Sleep comes to restore what the day diminishes, to reconnect what the waking hours sever, to return the drop briefly to the ocean and to send it back in the morning refreshed, carrying a little more of the ocean's quality than it had before. Let the sleep come now. It is ready. You are ready. Let the thoughts dissolve. Let the constructions loosen and fall away. Let the persona that has worked so hard today finally, completely rest. Let the shadow rest too. It is not required tonight. Let the ego surrender its vigilance. Just for these hours, let the self hold what needs to be held. You are safe. You are held. You are larger than you know. The work of the night is simply this: to be here, and then to sleep, and then to dream, and then to wake into another day with a little more of yourself intact than before. The stars are watching as they have always watched, patient, present, indifferent, and somehow, impossibly, kind. Sleep beneath the stars, wherever you are, in the dark that is not empty, but full, in the quiet that is not absence, but presence, in the night that contains the day to come and the days that have passed, and this single, complete, unrepeatable moment of being alive and aware and, at least for now, at peace. Sleep well, sleep deep. You are home.